This is me, a caveman-brained, ADHD-induced, and over-caffeinated idiot. With next to zero technical knowledge, I'm going to take on all the mods 9. And yeah, it gets crazy.
Nani?
With more quests, bosses, magical seeds, automation, loads of loot, hordes of mobs, beautiful sights, energy generation, telecasting, one-shotting, and holding villagers.
Huh?
This pack is as chaotic as it is awesome. Can I upgrade from a caveman brain to a PhD? Well, stick around and find out. Trust me, it's going to become an insane adventure. Now, quickly before we jump into this adventure, yeah, only 0.2% of you guys are subscribed. Rashad, pull up the stats and show them. What are you guys doing? Hit that sub button right now or I'll send Truck Cunt over to your house. We have to claim our first quest. In the getting started menu, look at this. Man, what a quest. What a quest book, honestly. We got sticks and planks, and now we need to go out and explore. Whoa, what is going on? Look at the map. Hold on. What is this, man? This is more than strange. What? Oh, it's because there's a meteor down here. Might have to come back here at some point. There's a portal guide over here. I'm looking mostly for like a roguelike dungeon or like a tower of some sort. Now, one of the things I will really dabble in is I want to get some speed gems. I want to get some equipment with empty sockets. And I want to get a step height gem or boots. That combination is going to be absolutely amazing. It's going to be really wild, trust me. And so I explored, and I found myself in this beautiful world of All the Mods 9, dabbling through the lavender fields, exploring beautiful cliff sides, and having boats in many different colors apparently. So yeah, you can make a boat with any kind of wood. I also found a ruined portal and I looted my first chest. And let me tell you, these chests are absolutely stacked. Alright. What beautiful... what beautiful loot do you got in store for us, little mage tower? Bet you're holding on to some juicy stuff, huh? Wanna play hard to get? Ah! Enough clowning on these skeletons. What do we got? Ooh, that looks like a big gem as well. Cold damage, armor pierce, armor shred. Got max health, and we got block reach. Okay, it's not too great. It's no problem, however. Just get those two out of the way. Okay, this is a beautiful looking chest. We got 3 emeralds. We got 8 iron. Got 2 gold. Blessing 7. What? 7. Oh my god. Fire protection 1, knockback 2. Efficiency 5. Yo. Fire damage? Oh, step height gem. Ooh, we got pants with speed. We got pants with speed. Oh. I'm stupid. This thing has curse of binding. Luckily, it's only gold, so we can probably get rid of it pretty fast. I will first, however, make ourselves an iron pick. And I will get myself an iron sword if I would have wood left. Which I don't. No worries. We are going to get ourselves... Wait. Is there any other weaponry we can make? Ogre hammer. What else? Blacksmith gavel. Oh. Oh, you can make a paxel. That's kind of cool. Iron machete. Ooh, running around with a big old machete does sound pretty cool. It only has 5 attack damage though. That's not very high. Is there any type of scythe we can make? Oh, I'm a sucker for scythes. What? Do you guys see this? 102, because the scythe doesn't make sense. Whoa, dude, look at this stuff. Iron plate, iron ingot, hammer, file, 5 attack speed. That's really fast, because the scythe doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, but it makes sense to me. All right, how do we make a plate? We gotta make a hammer, and a hammer is made... Oh, we need a lot of iron. Never mind. We are first going to go ahead and take that one. And then my journey began. I found this waypost that pointed me towards the direction of one of the villages that I would soon find and completely empty out. The villages are the first place to start when I'm getting loot in this world. And as you saw from that last chest, yeah, these places are absolutely stacked with more loot than I could ever dream of. You also see me get a spell scroll here. Now the really cool thing is when we find a spell book and a scribe's table, we can make those spell scrolls infinite, meaning I can be a magical wizard. I also found the local blacksmith and completely emptied out their chests, which also held an artisan relic, which allows me to create new alloys. It does say soon, so I'm guessing it's not implemented yet, but that's absolutely fine. I socketed a cold gem into my iron sword, and I was ready. I was feeling so great. And it became even better when I found this antidote vessel. This will reduce negative effects, so poison will take less long, withering will be shorter, all that good type of stuff. After looting up that village, I was on my way. I needed to find myself a base. And what better way to find a base than to explore and take up hold in one of the structures in this world. I used this lost page of arrows, and I got some knowledge of death as well as 20 levels. These scrolls are really powerful. You'll see later, but we're gonna find some insane scrolls as well. I then stumbled upon this bathhouse which held a lot of mobs and absolutely no loot, which was the complete opposite of that village that I was just in. But the funny thing about this bathhouse was if you sit in the actual bath, you get regeneration and resistance. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about taking a bath or a hot springs, but this is definitely a good representation of what it feels like. After spending some time in the bathhouse cleaning myself up, I spotted one of the Apotheosis ruined towers. Now these towers hold many different gems that give a lot of different bonuses. This gives the real MMO RPG feeling to the game, I feel like. And also at the top of this tower, there is a chest that has enchanted books, gear, and gems, which held another Blessing 7. Like, how crazy is a level 7 enchant? I feel like I'm getting really lucky, but again, I don't know this mod pack. I did find another normal Apotheosis tower, which I looted up. I did, however, have to check which gems I would take with me because I was limited on storage space. But there were just so many enchanted books, man. I took the iron, I took the gold, and I found a withering book, an EXP boost, a stable footing, plague bringer, and lastly a mending. We got mending, which is absolutely insane. To be honest, guys, mending this early in the game is always crazy. I also found this pyromancer. The guy didn't really seem too happy with me barging into his home. He just chucked the fireball at me and I knew what was up. I had respect for him. I left. And that's when he started incinerating his whole building. It's completely burning down. I don't know what is going on, but I left him alone. I was not going to be present there when that thing was going to burn down. I found during the nighttime another Apotheosis tower, and this one held a lot of gold, as well as an elven bow of wounding, which was awesome. 22% arrow damage, 15% speed, and my arrows fly 24% faster. But the main thing of night 3 was finding the Cryomancer's tower. This was one of the structures that I found in another playthrough where I, well, of course, died. I died a couple of times. Not as much as Dawncraft, but still a couple of times. But this was the tower I wanted to set a base in. It also had an inscription table, so I could put my first spell, Ice Block, into my spellbook, making this a permanent spell that I can keep casting over and over. This spell summons an Ice Block in the distance that will drop down on mobs and deal damage to them. It's kinda neat. It's not a really useful spell, there's much better spells, but it's kinda cool. I then made a couple of chests in order to start a enormous chest monster, because I'm gonna get a lot of loot, and I'm gonna have to figure out a storage system in order to take care of all that loot, and that's gonna take a little while. So bear with me, please. I then went down into the first floor underground, and I dealt with the Cryomancer. And he started teleporting all over the place. He didn't really want to fight me, seemed like. I was getting kind of scared because this guy can deal a lot of damage, and I was looking for him all over. I wanted to have him dealt with before I permanently move in. In a chest at the bottom floor, there was another spell, which was Guiding Bolt. This was an uncommon spell, and I had a rare spell book, so I didn't want to waste one of my slots with an uncommon spell. And then I tested out the Ice Block spell that I already had. And I gotta say, that's pretty cool. Sound effects are also on point, man. They are completely on point. I then had a legendary ice battle with this special Cryomancer, and it seemed like he summoned a polar bear. Oh my goodness. That is quite scary, man. That is quite scary. That this guy can just summon a polar bear and that's it. Yeah. I had quickly had to deal with this polar bear in order to be safe. I didn't want to have no polar bear running around my base. That was for sure. I then went looking for the Cryomancer, and I actually managed to chuck him off the side of the cliff, and I think he fell to his doom. Or he teleported into the back rooms. I mean, I kind of lost track of how many mobs we've added to the back rooms already.
What's up?
If anybody goes there and finds them, please say hi to them for me. And back at the base, I was starting to work on some cool stuff. I wanted to make a couple of hoppers because I wanted to make my first automated smelting. I wanted to have a furnace that could automatically pull in fuel, pull in the resources it needs to smelt, and then chuck it out on the bottom side into a receptacle. So, a chest. I also upgraded my furnace to iron, and this allows you to put augments into your furnace. We'll get into that a little bit later, but most importantly to note, the first one you want is a speed augment. You could also go for an efficiency augment, but I was just concerned about the speed. Also in this pack, you can see that every single item in the game pretty much has a quest bound to it, so you'll always find it's pretty much a Wikipedia inside of your game. And I'm absolutely a sucker for this one. I couldn't upgrade my furnace to gold because it requires a different recipe. And at that time I didn't know, but I first have to make an iron to silver furnace upgrade. We'll get into that later because I didn't have no silver yet. We still had to go mining. So I already know pretty soon there's gonna be a lo-fi mining session coming. You already know me, guys. I love my lo-fi mining sessions. And here it explains in the quest menu that you can put augments into your furnace to make it more faster, more efficient, and if you get the factory upgrade, you can also make your furnace run on RF or EF, which is the energy of this game, pretty much electricity. And it is a really good upgrade because the factory augment also allows you to put in multiple items to smelt at the same time. Absolutely amazing. I also skipped over it, but there is also something called an ore hammer in this game, as well as a bounty board. The ore hammer will double any ore you have and convert it into a dust. Pretty easy crafting recipe, 2 blocks of a resource, 3 sticks, that's it. The bounty board will give you quests regarding to killing mobs in multiple varieties. So kill 10 zombies, 100 zombies, 50 zombies, and give you rewards of that mob accordingly. First upgrade we got, however, was this backpack. Now, these backpacks also have upgrading slots. So you can put in auto feeders, auto smelters, compactors, stack upgrades, a lot of cool stuff. The first one I wanted to get was of course the auto feeding upgrade. But we first had to go mining, so the lo-fi mining session was on its way. I was mining some coal, some iron, some copper, you know, a lot of good stuff. And then I got ambushed. Yeah, this guy just showed up out of nowhere, started doing these spectral bites and stuff, man, I didn't know what was going on. This guy was just ambushing me in my own base. Like, what's going on? I tried looking for him all over the place. Using my spellbook, I tried dropping an ice block on this guy, which didn't really do anything because he just dodged it. He is so fast. And this guy deals an incredible amount of damage. At this point, I was starting to feel pretty stressed because I thought I was going to lose the base I had been looking for so long. I pulled out my cold sword, which I also put a fire damage gem into it, and I started whacking away at this necromancer. But in 2 hits, this guy got me down to more than half my health. So I holed up in my base and I healed up. The coming day, I found a wandering trader. His trades were absolute ass. So I killed him and his camels. Is it a camel or is it an alpaca? Not really sure. But killing him actually gave me a quest. I needed to kill 1 more alpaca and then I could claim a sword, a pedestal, and all kinds of different crazy stuff. I did, however, continue my lo-fi mining session throughout the day because I was just enjoying it, man. Getting the iron, aluminum, I got some sulfur, got more coal, got some tin, and I explored around my base. I wanted to get a layout for the land and ooh, that's a lodestone, a spawner, and a chest with a lot of diamonds. Oh my goodness! Look at all these diamonds. I also got a gem of the warlord, which is pretty sick. I did, however, want to check if I could break down this diamond horse armor, and apparently you can using a salvaging table. So we definitely had to make a salvaging table. This will also allow us to get the raw materials from the affixed loot off of the affixed loot, and we can make our own affixed loot from Apotheosis. I did, however, get the great idea that I wanted to get every single color of tree and get a sapling of every single color to make a colorful tree farm. I'm not sure why I got that idea, but we're gonna get into that later. I found another overworld spawner with gold, emeralds, and diamonds inside of them, so we were already getting pretty stacked on day 5. I found a, well, what do you call this? A waystone tower, I'll call them. I took the waystone and I also got a paraglider from it, which is pretty good. I then continued my lo-fi mining session into deep of the nighttime, getting a lot more iron, a lot more coal, and things were starting to look pretty good. I also mined up this crystal that I wasn't really sure what it does, but in the description it says that it produces or generates some type of energy, which was kind of cool. I also used an ore hammer onto all of my ores, and then I got a little bit deeper into the questline. I was researching throughout most of the night, trying to figure out what steps I could take towards my first automation, and I came to learn about hopper botany pots. We'll get into those a little bit later, but these hopper botany pots are pretty much a flower pot that's a little bit bigger that you can put seeds into, and it automatically grows whatever seed you put in. Now, looting this chest gave me bunny hoppers. And yeah, I know there's a lot of stuff going on, but these bunny hoppers negate fall damage. I also found this Aurelia's Bite Storm, and this is an insane spell book. Yeah, guys, you're not ready for this. I'm telling you. I also got another spell scroll, which gave me a shield that can block projectiles. And come on, guys, when have you ever seen spells like this? I haven't, and this is amazing. I love this. I then tried out the Bite Storm, and oh my god. What is that? That is insane. And I'm absolutely loving it. I also checked out the different kinds of upgrades that I could make for the chests, because you can not only upgrade your backpack, but you can also upgrade your chests. Now, spoilers, you can upgrade your chest to hold pretty much 16 stacks of an item in one inventory slot. Yeah, it gets really wild. Also, I am mining ores with a sword. You saw that right. I found some gloves that increase my base mining level by 1. So wood can break stone threshold items, stone can break iron threshold items, and so forth. It's amazing. I can mine things with a sword now, and I don't have to worry about durability. because that Ender Sword has like 8,000 durability or something crazy. I then tested out the Aurelia's Bite Storm, and it's nuts. Yeah. This looks a little bit overpowered. I am not gonna lie, but this is really strong. If this is what the mod pack is gonna be like throughout the whole game, we're gonna have a really good time. Also, Norman decided to awaken nearby. I don't think Norman was ready for this. He was definitely not ready for this. The guy just stood there, paralyzed in fear. Apparently, I also did 70 damage with that to him. Kinda nuts. He wasn't so strong. Yeah, no, I don't think... Whoa. Hold on. Look at this sword. That is a wooden sword with 8.5 attack damage. That's strong. Oh my. Okay. Out exploring on day 6. I was looking for a couple different things. But before I could go looking for different things, I found this insane cave structure. Just look at this. I found another overworld spawner, and there were a lot of rare ores beside me. Now, in this spawner, I found 3 more diamonds. So you already know we're going to make a diamond pickaxe, and we can mine any type of ore now in the mod pack. Just absolutely dope. I also found silver ore, which is good for my furnace upgrade. I found prosperity, which is what you need for mystical agriculture. And just everything was falling into place, man. It was like a puzzle. I then explored a little bit more in this cave structure, and I killed a couple of mobs to get some extra string, and that's when I found this skeleton. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but is this dude wearing netherite armor? How is that even a thing, man? On day 6, I gotta fight a skeleton with netherite armor? Are you kidding me? I did, however, have to get a bucket of lava in order to make my salvaging table. So that is the first thing that I did. I got a bucket of the hot stuff. You know what hot stuff I'm talking about? I'm talking about you guys. Yeah. That was kind of cringe. Anyways, I got some gem dust by dropping an anvil onto the gems. And now I could finally, after smelting down some copper, I could finally make that salvaging table that I was aiming for. I did, however, make an extra smithing table in order to socket gems into my equipment. And then I started melting down all of the ores that I found, and I made the salvaging table. This is going to allow us to get even more diamonds, get our affixed materials from the affixed loot, and it's going to be all over a great time. Just look at this. Salvage that uncommon pickaxe, and I get 2 uncommon fabrics. You need 2 uncommon fabrics in order to affix one of your items. So I was going to make a reforging station. This is what you actually need in order to use the affixed materials onto your equipment. After getting a little bit more gem dust, I was able to make the base salvaging table. Now you have 2 versions, the base version and the netherite version. The base version only goes up to rare items. However, I did chuck my pickaxe into the reforging station, and yeah, you can get a lot of benefits like mining speed, experience gained, block reach. Overall, make your pickaxe a lot stronger. Well, make any type of armor and weaponry or tools much, much stronger. And this is only uncommon. Just wait until we get the legendary stuff. I also put the mending and the efficiency 5 on my diamond pickaxe, and we were rocking a really, really strong pickaxe now. I wanted to use the Curse of Bones and the Blessing, but I didn't feel like I had a good set of armor for that yet. So I went mining into the deep slate layer, and I found some more lapis. I got some uranite. Well, whatever. I got some uranium, pretty much, radioactive stuff. I also found some tin, and apparently you can find raw blocks of ore, which is crazy. And I found a whole vein of lead. I should say half a planet of lead, because this thing was absolutely stacked. Not that I'm complaining, I'm absolutely loving this. And I got some more prosperity. That's when I realized I was in a skulk biome. Now, remembering what happened to me in Symbolica, I wasn't feeling too hot about this one. Not gonna lie, Chief, I was not feeling confident with that skulk biome nearby. I did, however, find another wandering trader, which I accidentally dispatched off using a wooden sword and beating down on them. I mean, I still had that quest to complete, man. I was a bounty hunter for a second there. Maybe that last hit was a bit unnecessary, but that gave me the bounty that I was looking for. And I got a Sword of Alfred GG. For those brave enough to slaughter the Wandering Trader. Why do you gotta call it slaughter, man? It was an accident. I then went ahead to my base and I stored away all the valuables I'd gotten during my travels. Also, I got 4 dark gems. Now, these dark gems are gonna be pretty interesting. We're gonna be doing something really cool with them later on, but first I used the ore hammers to double every single ore that I had gotten during this mining trip. And yeah, it's quite a bit. We were running stacks of dust already. And I made a couple of copper hammers later, because copper is a lot cheaper to do than iron, because you still require 18 ingots per hammer, per ore hammer. So I also looked into getting a speed upgrade for my furnace. This will increase the speed of the furnace, but it will also increase the fuel consumption. So we'd have to get also a reliable fuel source if we really want to get into the nitty and gritty of making a fast furnace setup. For now, I did, however, make a diamond sword, and I wanted to enchant this and affix it. Because remember, we still have a couple of affixed items, and we got a pretty good gem laying around that gives me 5 attack damage on the sword. I then went out and I found another uncommon mob, which was going to be the source of my affixed loot in order to get my diamond sword to uncommon. Now, I was just hoping I got a good roll and I would get 2 fabrics, which I did. GG, I can make an affixed sword now. Just need a little bit of gem dust. I kind of forgot about that one. However, the next stage in the game is making my first automated process. And I wanted to get into the hopper botany pots because mystical agriculture is a fun mod to get into. It's absolutely fun. I love the idea that you can have like coal seeds, iron seeds, uranium seeds, diamond seeds, netherite seeds. You can have a seed for every single ore or mob in the game. It just sounds like a lot of fun to have everything automated in the base. I don't know, man. I love it. I also found a very damaged anvil during my travels, and I managed to pick up a bed. I may or may not have a bed yet in my base, so I'm kind of homeless. We're gonna fix that pretty soon. I also figured out you can, well, bunny hop with those shields, as you saw, and then I went out exploring for clay. And this was a pain in my ass, man. The clay, I gotta say. I also found this guy, which is a skeleton in full gold gear that is casting spells. I was a little bit shocked to see that this guy was so powerful. This is an uncommon mage. This dude is blasting through my equipment, and as you can see, I'm almost fully decked out with armor. I made my way into this pillager structure, and I had to fend for my life on the staircase against a guy with a sharpness 5 sword. You might question, how do I know it's sharpness 5? Because I got it in another playthrough, and I may or may not have died to one. I did find another scribe stable, and I put inside the scroll that I found. I found a wind gust scroll. Now I thought, this wind gust deals damage, I'm gonna be able to 1v1 this mage on equal footing because I am now as well a powerful mage. Yeah, it was absolutely not even a chance I was gonna be able to fight that guy. I did, however, manage to loot up a little bit more of this structure, and I set out to fight that mage in a fair 1v1. And it wasn't until I did that to the zombies that I realized that this wind gust does no damage. So I dipped and I found this beautiful sight. What a morning. What a majestic, mystical morning. I then also got a really cool wallpaper for this mod pack. It's also the one I used on the thumbnail because that was just an amazing sight, man. My base looking over with that color scheme and the fog. Yeah, that was awesome. I was fully immersed in this pack, I have to say. I played through these days without even realizing it was like 6 in the morning and people started waking up and I was like, I'm still playing. Oh no! I then tried to affix my sword and I was doubting whether I should take the lifesteal, but in the end I did go for the lifesteal. or still playing hardcore, I still only have one life. The lifesteal was going to go a long way. I also affixed my helmet, so this now also had some extra mana and another socket I could use. And we were homeless no more. I placed down a bed and we were gaming. This was actually now a home. Now I should only just hang up a sign saying live, laugh, love, and then this... and then it's complete. Live, laugh, love. I did enchant all my gear with level 1 enchantments. It might not be a lot, but it goes a long way. And then I tried to figure out what I could do with these dark gems. And that's when I found this. A Fortune 5 pickaxe. We can make a Fortune 5 pickaxe. Are you kidding me? That's insane. We have to get condensed blood. We have to get a blood sucking device. We have to, blood extractor it's called. And for that we need to get spikes, and there's a lot of crafting we gotta do. So I first made the spikes that I needed in order to start making this blood extractor. Now for that I needed a little bit of glass, and that was the next thing on the list we were gonna go get. I also claimed a little bit more of the quests that were inside, and I got the factory augment for the furnace, which is absolutely crazy. I did try to immediately put the factory augment in, and as you can see, I get an extra slot for smelting an additional resource, and it takes RF. I did take the factory augment out of my furnace because I did not have any generators yet, so it wasn't really that useful, and I got into the first stages of mystical agriculture. Now, prosperity shards are one of the base crafting materials. You need it for pretty much all of your seed bases. You need it to craft all of the different recipes inside of the Modpack and to make your crystals. Now, before we got into all of that crazy stuff, I was going to keep it simple, and I was going to find some clay. I also added my skill points in the Knowledge of Death tree into potion effects, because that's going to go a long way in the end game. And then I went straight for the clay. And again, I was really surprised by how rare clay actually is. I did find this Wandering Trader, which had an insane trade. Protection 5, Mending, Unbreaking 5? How crazy is this? Time-worn Visage. I really wanted it, but I didn't have the emeralds for it. I did find some clay, so that was kind of dope. We could start getting into a little bit of the automation, because we can make a hopper botany pod, and if I now make some inferium land, spoilers, you do this by making a farmland, combining it with an inferium, and this will make your crops grow 5% faster. Kinda cool. I then made some terracotta and some flower pots, and I could combine the terracotta, the flower pot, and the hopper to get a hopper botany pot. If you place this above a chest, or any storage, pretty much, it will automatically farm the crop that is inside of the pot. Yeah, first automation stages are on its way. I also figured out, before everybody starts screaming at me, that you got some kind of vein miner in this mod pack. It's called Ultimine, and it's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. I love this. You can just vein mine the ores. You can vein mine a stack of items whenever you want. It's awesome. It saves so much time. I then found the purple tree. So we now had a red and the purple tree in order to put in my colorful tree farm. And I found some more clay, which was beautiful. I did forget to ultimine this because, well, I need to get used to it, of course. But we did find some more clay, and I could set up some more automation. And back at the base, that was exactly what I did. I made some 2x2 oak drawers that would store all of the items that I got from these hopper botany pots, and I was going to set it up outside of my base. I had this really great idea to extend my bridge to the sides, and I would make multiple layers going down that would hold all the different kinds of seeds and hopper botany pots that I would ever need. I placed inside the inferium farmland, and I placed my first crops inside. Now, the sugarcane I put inside in order to make speed augments or speed upgrades for whatever I would need. I know I always forget to make a sugarcane farm, and I also put a oak sapling inside. Now, this was gonna mean that I have a permanent oak farm. I can farm wood like this. And I kind of love it. There's something about just watching everything grow that's kind of really peaceful. And just like that, I added a drawer to my furnace. Now, the idea that I had was that I could put the fuel inside of this drawer and it could hold an unlimited, well, a limited, but pretty much unlimited amount of stacks of coal and planks and any other fuel I could use. So I changed the input to fuel input from the left side and turned the auto input on, which immediately dragged out the whole stack of coal. So this automatic supplier is even faster than using a hopper. I also made my first Inferium seeds. Now, if I know one thing about mystical agriculture is that we're gonna need a lot of Inferium. We're talking millions of Inferium if I want to make the endgame recipes. For that, I planted my first Inferium seed inside of the hopper botany pot, and this sapling was growing. The idea that I had was that I wanted to make a sapling for, well, not a sapling, a seed for each type of item in Minecraft. And of course, the Inferium seeds would need a lot more seeds than just the one, because that's not going to work. To that end, I started exploring. I needed to gather up a lot of resources to accomplish the goals that I had set for myself. I didn't have, well, a specific goal in mind. I just wanted to see how far I could get into this mod pack and how much I could learn about these new mods. I also conquered another Waystone Tower, and this thing seemed to have only generated half. Now, to get further into mystical agriculture, I needed to get a lot of wool. I also needed to get red dyes because I needed to start making pedestals and an infusion table. I also found another uncommon mob and struck him down with the power of my Bite Storm, which dealt 50 damage, a good 50 damage. This mob stood no chance. Now, these uncommon mobs are actually quite strong in my opinion, so I am doubting whether I can already face off with a legendary one. I'm just hoping there isn't one spawning pretty soon, because I will take it on if I find it. I can't let that opportunity go. In a nearby village, I found roses, and I was able to make this red stained glass. Now, the red stained glass I also needed to make the blood extractor. Remember that one thing that we needed to make that Fortune 5 pickaxe? Yeah, that's what we need the red stained glass for. And just like that, I made the blood extractor. This thing will automatically fill up with blood when you kill enemies. Also, you advance the quest line, which allowed me to claim the quest, and I got another blood extractor. Now, if you combine these blood extractors in your crafting inventory, they will add their storage capacity to each other. So instead of just having the 5,000 millibuckets one, I now have a 10,000 one. I then hit the mines and I wanted to scavenge around for a little bit of loot. And it didn't take me long to find those rare boots, which was perfect because I didn't have any rare items yet. I also got ahead and made the drying basin. Now, once I get enough blood, which I did in that mine run, I can now use the blood extractor on the drying basin, which will insert a bucket of blood, which will dry up and form a hardened blood block. Also, I got a wandering trader above my base that's trading an incredible set of pants for 55 emeralds, which is quite the steep price. I don't have that kind of cash on me yet, but we'll get to that later. My hardened blood had dried out, and I could now make the blood shards. I just had to melt this thing down, and it created 9 hardened blood shards. And I thought I was now able to make that pickaxe. That's when I realized I needed to make those rods. And you make those rods with a dark gem and with undead planks. Now, I didn't know that at the time. I thought I could just take any type of plank and make those dark rods using the dark gems. So I took out any old 2 type of sticks and I wanted to add these with my dark gems. Now, when I went into the crafting recipe, it showed specifically that you need undead planks. I didn't know how to make these, however, but I quickly figured out you get them from undead logs. Now, the undead log is a specific type of log that you can grow, and you make it with a dead bush in an infusing. altar, a blood infusion altar. For that, we needed to make a blood infusion core. I wasn't really sure how to do this, because when I looked up the recipe, I needed the dark blood gem, dark power gem, and it didn't explain how to make those. You had to infuse a dark gem, but to make the infuser, you needed to have the dark, yeah, you know what I'm saying. But I quickly found out that you need to place 5 buckets of blood down, and then chuck a dark gem into it, and that makes the dark power gem. I read this on the wiki. Sometimes you still gotta consult the wiki. And I made the, well, infusion core. Now I placed another bucket of blood to start drying, and I made the blood infuser as well. This thing would draw power from my blood extractor, and I could then turn the sapling of the dead bush into an undead log. Now the dead bush is pretty easy to make. You just grab any old sapling and a piece of salt, and you combine those to make the dead bush. I had enough blood in my blood extractor so I could make the undead sapling. Now, if you guys are following my drift here, I was gonna use this undead sapling on a hopper botany pot with a piece of dirt, and I could have infinite undead logs. And if we were quite lucky, then those undead logs will also function as fuel. So it's not just a waste of a hopper botany pot. Just like that, my undead bush had started transfusing and finished its metamorphosis, I would say. And we had an undead bush. I placed down another hopper botany pot, and I just had to grab a piece of dirt, and then I could start growing it. I also made my piece of dirt into some inferium farmland. Holand. Oh my god. No, I made it into some inferium farmland. Oh my god, I'm tripping over my words. After that, I just put it into the hopper botany pot, and this thing is starting to grow undead logs for me. And I also infused my uncommon sword with rare materials, and it got even more lifesteal. I also made my diamond helmet into a rare one, and we were rocking a 2-piece rare setup right now. So we're moving up in the world. We're starting to become somebody. I then took my dark gem, combined it with 2 undead logs, and I got the dark sticks. I took out my hardened blood shards and my diamonds, and I could make a Fortune 5 pickaxe on day 13. How insane is this? I just get Fortune 5. Just like that. Now, the one thing I did not know about this pickaxe is that its durability is very, very low. So if you make this pickaxe for yourself, make sure you got a high unbreaking or a mending on you, because you will need it. Also, this whole questline for the blood mod pack, I'll call it, is pretty cool. I wanted to get into it later after I've done some automation, but I also made the tomes of scrapping, because I tried to be smart and I tried to take the Fortune 5 off of this book. That wasn't really possible. I guess the game knows that you'll try that, but I hit the mines with this pickaxe, and it's beautiful. Using just 5 pieces, just look at that. I got a stack and a half of iron from like 3 veins. It's beautiful. This pickaxe is peak, I'm telling you. This is the early game pickaxe you need. I can get so much coal, iron, any type of ore, and even after I get the ore, I can still double it using one of the ore hammers. So effectively, I've got Fortune 10 on me right now. Fortune X, the big old X I'm talking about. I scrapped my pickaxe with mending and efficiency to take the mending off of that pickaxe and put it on my Fortune 5 pickaxe. Because as you can see, even after 1 mining run, this pickaxe is almost broken. I made a couple of extra ore hammers, and I started transforming all of the iron I'd gotten into dust, which gave me more than 6 stacks of iron. Yeah, this is nice. I also got to mess around a little bit with the Easy Villagers mod pack, mod. And there's a lot of things that are inside of these. Also, there's an iron farm. Now, if this recipe is so cheap, it's probably not that powerful. I will make one later in the mod pack, but I first wanted to focus on the trader, because infinite emeralds sounds pretty nice. And I think this is the version of Minecraft where you have the Fletchers with the stick trades, and that can go a really, really long way. So I made some auto traders, and I then wanted to, let's say, grab some colleagues, grab some business partners. Yeah, they're gonna be my slaves. Yeah, I'm just gonna lock them up in the cage and trade with them indefinitely and
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
scam them out of their money. Oh, that sounds so evil, but it's true. And you can shift right click to pick them up. Dude, this Modpack is wild. I can pick up villagers and put them in my inventory. What is going on? So I made a fletching table, and I wanted to figure out how this auto trader, well, it's not an auto trader, but how this trading system works. So I placed the trader on top of the fletching table, and the villager didn't get the trade. He also didn't really seem to want to take the trade. But that sounds like a him problem, because I locked him and his whole village up in these cages. And I got about 6 traders going on right now. And you guys are going to give me emeralds. I want loads of emeralds. So I got them all locked up in their cages. And it's good. Got my own villager. It's not an ecosystem, man. It's, is there something like the PETA, but for villagers in Minecraft? If there is, please don't send this to them. I'm doing legal, ethical practices in order to gain as much capital as possible per trade. I think that is the diplomatic explanation to the shady practices I'm doing. Anyway, we were back outside of our base, and I traded with all of the villagers as much as I could, and the wandering trader just fucked off. He was nowhere to be found. I got enough emeralds, and this dude just ran away. I guess he's not a real entrepreneur. So I was back in the base, and I spent the better part of the day researching some of the recipes that I could find in the JEI menu and scouring the quest book, because there is just, honestly, there is so many quests that I am not sure if I can cover everything in 100 days. Well, I already know I can't cover it in 100 days, but I still wanted to try. You can even get upgrades for your storage drawers. You can get upgrades for your chests. You can have upgrade modules for your backpack, your chest. There's just so many upgrades. So I started off by getting 8 basic to iron upgrades and increasing the total storage I could have inside of my base with my current storage setup. Probably everybody's screaming at me that I don't have a simple storage setup yet. That will come later. I wasn't too concerned about it because I could still fit everything into my chests. Which is really not the pro gamer move to do. Now, this is what I really want to get into. That is going to be some good stuff. Now, I remember that I collected some wool, so we can make the infusion altar. We can make, and we can make. Wow. Okay, cool. We got everything. How nice is that? I love it when a plan comes together. All right, we'll set up. Oh, it shows. Wow. It is. Huh. This one's a little iffy. Base is looking like combobulation. I like it. Just the way I play Minecraft. I now want to get into some of this mystical agriculture. Oh, we get the. Oh no. We just got some inferium seeds. Right, the inferium crystal is used to upgrade to higher tier essences. To start, you will need to create the first tier of crystal using inferium. This crystal can create prudentium by combining 4 inferium with the crystal. This will be used to make the next tier of crystal, which will make the next tier of essence. Eventually, you'll be able to make an infusion crystal that works for all tiers and doesn't break. That's kind of nice. So for now, we're gonna need 1. It was like this, right? Yeah. For now, we're going to need 1 and then make the crystal. Sanium is created with supremium. Supremium is created with imperium. Imperium with tetrium. And tetrium with prudentium. And prudentium. Oh my goodness. Okay. Whoa. This is getting kind of trippy, dude. trying to also save the recipes in the process of trying to learn how this works. Okay, so I got all those recipes lined up now. Let's go ahead. Do we got any sort of book for this stuff? Oh yeah, we do. Mystical Agriculture. I believe, yes I do. I got it also here. Oh, pig, chicken, cow, sheep, squid, fish, slime, turtle, rubber. We'll definitely need rubber and silicone. Aluminium, sulfur, infinity. Yeah, sure. Sure, man. Mineral, iron we already got. Copper, nether quartz, obsidian, prismarine. We need the base. We need prudentium for them and coal. Now we can go ahead and make the coal seeds. So we'll take the base, put it inside. We'll take the 4 like that. Then our 4 coal. What do we do now? What? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do now. Hold on. So yeah. Hold on a moment. Well, this is some witchcraft, man. You need to provide it a redstone signal. Are you kidding me? My guy, how was I supposed to figure out you need to give it a redstone? We're doing all this magic stuff and now you need a redstone signal? Really? Okay. So we have our coal seeds, which are tier 2. What other tier 2 stuff can I make? I could make amethyst. All of the animals are also... Oh, aluminum. Aluminum ingots. We can do that. And just like that, I made first the sulfur seeds. I was going to make every single tier seed that I could. So it was sulfur, aluminium, then it was amethyst. After that, I made the stone seeds as well. And then I placed those seeds inside of my hopper botany pots, because this was already going to go a pretty long way. We had some basic generation of all the different kinds of tier 2 seeds. Now I wanted to expand this first floor of the base with all the tier 2 seeds that I could. So the coal seeds were definitely going to be one of the main seeds that I would need now. And by claiming the quests for the corresponding seeds that I'd gotten, I got some other tier 2 seeds. For example, I got some dye seeds because I completed that quest, and then it completed the quest for the dye seeds, and when I claimed that one, it gave me the seeds for the honey. Which was awesome. It was just stacking seeds one after the other. And I needed to get a lot more hopper botany pots and a lot more oak drawers in order to fit everything inside of my storage facility. Now, I was going to hook up these drawers onto a main interface that would have all of my items stored together. I was going to do that later. I already had a pretty good idea of how I would go about this, but I first wanted to start the automation. I also needed to go out and get a lot more clay because we needed to have enough pots to start growing all of our seeds. I also went inside one of these meteorites, and there was a lot of budding Certus quartz and this mysterious cube that when I mined it up, it gave me the achievement for some unknown technology. So I'm definitely thinking this could go a long way when we get to that kind of technology later in the mod pack. For now, I was still messing around with clay looking like a total idiot in a caveman, but hey, I was making advancements at my own pace and I was enjoying every single second of it, even while I'm still looking like a caveman messing around with clay. I did insert a speed augment into my furnace, which did make it quite a bit faster. Got some more hopper botany pots and placed those down onto the automated farm. Got the dye seeds and the honey seeds in there, and I still had 2 spaces open. I did do some more money laundering using sticks in order to turn them into emeralds, and I then looked into the mob masher. This is a type of item that will kill whatever is above it, and it counts towards a player kill. So it drops experience and it drops loot, which is very interesting. You can combine this with a vacuum hopper, I'm pretty sure, and that way you can absorb even the fluids into some portable storage tanks. You can put a tap on it and claim the experience later that way. Now, the vacuum hopper or absorption hopper is pretty cheap to make. I then wanted to figure out how I could make mob seeds, and I it looked like you needed to use the mob drops in order to, well, consume them into a soul extractor. That way you can use those drops to fill up the soul jars, and you need 4 soul jars to make the corresponding mob seed. Little bit complicated, but we'll get there. We'll get there. In the nighttime, I went out mining and exploring. I also wanted to heal my pickaxe back up to maximum, killing some mobs in the process, and finding some more Inferium. Mining Inferium with Fortune 5 is of course a giant way to go. This is absolutely peak gameplay, and I needed to mainly find a lot of prosperity. Man, even while recording, I messed that name up more than I could count. Prosperity ore. There you go. And that Fortune 5 came in really clutch because you need a lot of these ores in order to craft a lot of the mystical agriculture stuff. I also got around to finding another rare mob captain. This guy was a Vindicator with 80 health. And I may or may not have cheesed him, but let's not talk about that because this guy is in close quarters and he will probably mess me up if I try to fight him. His chests were absolutely stacked to the roof with loot. So I just dumped everything inside of my backpack, not considering sorting it a little bit. I just dumped it all in my chests and I completely forgot about it for a while. I then tried to figure out if there was any better way to make clay. And you can make clay using dirt and water essence. Dirt seeds are pretty easy to make, just 4 dirt. But the water, well, that's what you need a water agglomeratic for, and you create that with a bunch of different items. So the first thing I did, of course, was make the easiest seed, the dirt seed. And then I went out exploring and I got some extra water agglomeratics, and I could make the water seeds. This would boost my clay production by a load, a huge amount. I was never going to have to worry about clay ever again. And I like saying that I don't have to worry about gathering resources is just awesome. I love automation. Normally I'm like the hack and slash kind of guys in these mod packs, but I mean, once in a while, a little automation doesn't sound bad. It does sound bad, however, when you're trying to make processors and bindings and computing systems, and it's really complicated. Yeah, my caveman brain is really caving in at this point. I did, however, make a trading hall. No, it's called a market. What am I saying? I made a market, and I was also being hunted by a vengeance spirit. It also summoned an emerald muncher, is what it's called. Now, this vengeance spirit was looking really menacing. I was looking for my arrows in my backpack because I wanted to kill the vengeance spirit. But it seemed to be impervious to arrows. So I just left it alone and it kind of, fucked off after a little while. This market, however, takes emeralds in order to give you any kind of seed or sapling that you require. So it's a nice addition to the base. Also, there's even stoves and kitchens and all that stuff to make food items if you're really into that. I mean, it can be really useful because food will, if you eat different kinds of foods, it increases your health. And when that new rare mob captain showed up, I knew my calling was to kill it. That creeper almost blew up my item, however, and there was another necromancer that shot way too much stuff at me. So I turned on the lo-fi music and I went mining into the caves. That's when I stumbled across this skulk again, and I am still really not a fan of this skulk, man. If a warden shows up, it is game over and I can delete this world. So I tried sneaking over during this traveling time in the caves, and well, skulk is kind of nice because it can really repair your mending pickaxes very fast. Back at the base, I tried looking what to do with these rune ores that I'd gotten, and that's when I stumbled upon the Hephaestus forging. Now, the Hephaestus forging is also used to create the Eternal Stellas, and for those who don't know, an Eternal Stella can be combined with an item to make it unbreakable. So if we get a Hephaestus forge, or we find one, because I don't know how to make one, if we find one out in the world, we can make this vengeance pickaxe never able to break, which would be GG well played, right? I also turned all of my ores into dust, and let me tell you, it's a lot of dust that we got. And out in the wild, I killed another witch, landed some incredible crits on her, and she did not know what to do. She was just frozen in the corner. And what is it with creepers trying to blow up my loot in this pack, man? Come on, can I have nothing in this pack? Really? Luckily for me, I did get that loot before the creeper blew up. And I took the protection off of the rare chestplate, because I put it on my helmet and I was gaming. Got some prop 4 diamond helmet right now. And my farms were actually producing a fair amount of essence. This essence can be turned into its respective items. So for example, the iron essence can be turned into iron ingots, sulfur essence can be turned into sulfur dust, and so forth. And yeah, we're going to the nether on day 19. Because in the nether we can find the rare items, and we need to get blaze rods, magma cream, we need to get quartz, we need to get gold. There's a lot of stuff in the nether we gotta get. And when I got inside, immediately the rare mob captain showed up. So I placed a marker on my map that says where my portal is, and then I went to mine some of this soul ore. I didn't know this was right next to my portal, but you need that stuff in order to make a soul dagger, soul jars. Pretty much it's all of the items you need to extract souls from mobs in order to create the soul seeds, or mob seeds you could say. So the first thing I did, of course, was make a soul extractor, because at that point I didn't know about killing mobs with a soul weapon to get their souls. I also didn't know how this interface worked, but I saw that you need some kind of fuel, and you need to insert a mob drop into the soul extractor to get the souls out of the extractor. So the first thing I did, of course, was scrap my helmet and a really good gem. I meant to combine these, but I completely messed up and I was in the wrong block because I needed to be in the smithing table. Yeah, I just scrapped a prot 4 diamond helmet that was rare, and I scrapped a gem that increases my stats by 5%. I'm an idiot. And I wanted to get into the solar panels because I wanted to have some form of energy generation. I mean, solar energy is free energy, but we needed some really wild stuff for that, like dielectric paste and dielectric rods. I did, however, really want to focus on getting my storage system set up, and I found this controller unit from Advanced Storage. I needed to go mining, however, and I found this. That's a big ol' amethyst crab. My goodness, look at that bad boy. I reckon this thing's about 20 inches wide. Or at least that's how I think I would sound like if I were to go fishing. Well, this amethyst crab was no joke, but he also was a joke because he didn't really do much. Even his crystals didn't hurt me. But it still looked like a menacing crab. Nonetheless. I quickly claimed his loot, and it appeared that he had also dropped some inferium dust. Kind of fitting. You died to me on day 21, you're inferium to the rest of the mod pack. I did some more strip mining with my bread, mining 64 stone at a time with this breadstick. That's one strong breadstick right there. I found some more skulk. I didn't want to mess around with this stuff because it means absolute death. Oh my god, it's a mimic. Oh, you are giving me flashbacks, bro. You are giving me flashbacks. I did have another ice mage on my ass, and I needed to quickly dispatch him. So I sniped him from across the room. Look at that experience pop out of him. That's how you know I got him. Oh man, that was a pretty good shot, actually. Felt like Hawkeye for a second. I got some more prosperity ore. Hope I'm saying it right. And I mined up a couple of extra tidbits. Now, I found out you can make bloomstone pauldrons? I thought it was patterns. Pauldrons. With his dismembered body. Yeah. I then went ahead and I got some silicon seeds because I reckon we're gonna need quite a bit of silicon in this mod pack. Now, the cool thing is you can use a diamond, a redstone, a silicon, and a basic processor binding to make the hub of this controller. Now, I thought this controller was gonna fix all my issues. I was just gonna hook it up behind my base, I was gonna extend a couple of pipes into my chests, and it was all gonna be fine and dandy. Yeah, I really didn't read up on this mod and this interface I was very unfamiliar with. But nonetheless, I thought, okay, yeah, sure, I'll just make some cables like it says here and I'll hook them up. So that's exactly what I did. I made some cables, I hooked them all up to my chest, and then hooked them up to the controller. And it did nothing. Absolutely nothing. I tried reading up on this quest, and I found that you need an external cable. Pretty much an external storage cable. So we quickly had to go into the nether, get some of this glowstone, and I had to make 9 of those processors and 9 of those glowstone processors, and it was an incredibly expensive recipe. So I hooked up one of these external storage cables, and it also did jack shit. So I was really unsure. It showed that it had items inside of it, but it didn't do anything. So I needed to figure out a solution for that, because this way I could not keep on going. My storage devices, my chests, were getting filled to the brim. I did, however, do another mining session in order to get more materials to craft whatever I need in order to, well, try to salvage this situation. And I thought I'll just hook up every single chest with an external storage. Spoilers, this was incredibly expensive at this point in the mod pack. And it did nothing. It did nothing. Okay, so I did a little bit of digging around, and I got to... Hold on, let me take my phone with my notes. It's an L, I don't know it out of my head. It's a storage scanner. Oh my goodness, here it is. This machine will scan all nearby inventories, show them in the list. What? Dude, this is what I needed. This is what I needed. You gotta be kidding me. Ender pearls, a machine frame, and golden ingots. What? This is so cheap to make. This is so cheap. You got me tripping, you controller. You got me tripping, bro. I could just plunk this thing in like the middle of that, and it will do what it needs to do. Oh my goodness. You looking at my base weird, bro. Don't tweak. Oh, this is gonna be so good. So good. Okay. Plays these type of mod packs is I got no idea what I'm doing. But I'm loving it. That's what matters. Okay, how do we now wait, hold on. No. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Some ores. That is not good. Oh my god. I will go home. I want to go home. Oh my god. Dude, that's so scary. After Symbolica, I see my life flash in front of my eyes whenever that happens. I will use my crafting stick to dig up the world. What is that? Arcane debris? Arcane salvage. Empty upgrade core. That's also the only thing you can make with it. You can make 3% lightning spell power. That's not a lot. Burritos, tuna rolls, Croptopia. Oh my god. There is so much crazy stuff. Oh my god. Dude, they even got the onigiri. Oh. Okay, we definitely gotta make rice. I do think I still have some rarity materials in here. Yeah, I do. So I can make... I'm trying to look for health, mostly. This has step height, though. It has step height. That's about it, but that's good, because that's what I want in boots. I want step height. 22.5 and 35%. Boom. That is pretty gnarly. Olsen? Olsen. My guy Olsen. Hey, come over here, dude. Yeah, I got frostbite. Yeah. Oh, we're taking so much damage. There we go. Olsen's dead. What's going on with this ore site? It's iron site. What? How did we get iron site? Oh, dude, I am running almost no armor. I really don't know what gave me iron sight, but it was cool. It was definitely cool. I'd gotten enough crystals to actually affix all of my gear to rare, which is quite the good step up. I also started oogling these perfect gems, but I don't think we're gonna get to those anytime soon, if I'm being completely honest with you guys. However, I was back in the nether and I was mining for more solium. I needed to get some solium stone and I needed to get some solium ingots. And I also killed a few endermen in the process, getting more ender pearls. That was definitely something I had to get more of because there is something really cool we can do with ender pearls later on. First, I did make that storage scanner and we were in business, baby. Now, if I plunk this bad boy in here... Oh, it requires power! Generator for the win! Okay, what can I burn in the... That's a flux generator. Coal generator. What does this do? No, that's the... that's something else. Burns coal into energy. Oh, but we can use this like that. That's nice. We get a... Oh! I am melting. I am melting. This is so nice. Wow. Coal generator. We need iron plates and iron ingots. And an iron plate is made with a hammer and an iron ingot. And a hammer is made with 2 iron ingots. Alright. That seems pretty logical. So we go ahead and we make iron hammer. Then we make 6 plates. Then we need a furnace. Easily enough. Then we can make the coal generator. Burns coals into energy. Then if I place this one over there, that is going to... What kind of energy is that? Wait, do I just go to the back of this machine? Put that in? Does that work like that? I do need coal now. And I made a awesome discovery. I can take these undead logs, turn them into undead planks, and I have another infinite source of fuel. I just put 1,000 planks into the furnace, so that's gonna be good for about 1,000 blocks worth of smelting, which is amazing. This kind of fuel efficiency, having that automated farm, is good. I also put some of the undead planks into my storage scanner, and I really wanted to make that feeding upgrade. I was eyeballing this thing, man. Now, for some reason in the storage scanner, my items didn't show up, so that was an issue I had to fix later. But first, I was out exploring in the world because we needed to find some goodies. And I went to visit one of the villages. Now, while I was in this village, this thing showed up. That is a flying alien ship. And I've been on one of those in a previous playthrough, and these things hold some insane loot. You'll see soon what I mean. And the most dangerous part about these things is that they're so high up in the air, but I had a battle plan. Because I also had those bunny slippers, I wasn't going to take any fall damage. I just went up to the sky ship, placed down one of my waystones, and even if I fall off, I am not having to dealing... Wow, what English is that? I don't even have to deal with teleporting back up because I have a waystone there now. I immediately started killing all the mobs and trying to take out all the different spawners, and there's a lot of them in this place. I tried taking down all of the different spawners and killing all of these hoglin riders. I mean, there's wither skeletons with flame bows on top of hoglins. There is phantoms with skeleton riders. It gets pretty crazy up in these parts. It's like the Ohio of Minecraft, I gotta say it. I thought I was gonna meet Florida Man here for some reason. I kept battling and battling and battling. Even on top of the wings of the ship, there were spawners that were spawning countless enemies, preventing me from getting the loot that was in those amazing chests. Luckily for me, I had taken out, I think, roughly 80% of all the spawners in this place, and we could finally loot up this whole ship in the morning time. This was going to be one of the best cargo operations I've ever seen in my life, because this ship has got a big haul. Oh yeah, I can already feel it. I did manage to get knocked off of the ship once, but that was no problem as I had another waystone in my inventory and I could just plunk that one down, teleport right back to the top, but I first had to store away some of the loot that I'd gotten from all of these mob kills. And apparently you can make wither skulls with wither skull fragments, meaning that we also have a very reliable way of spawning withers now, early game, which is kind of big. I then got my storage scanner to work. I just had to up the radius to 20, and now I could favorite every single chest that has the loot, and everything is in one single area with a search bar with a crafting function. This is absolutely beautiful. All my storage issues had been fixed, and storage in this mod pack, even with like 9 or 12 chests, don't worry about it. We got stack upgrades for days. For days. Like I said, we can have 16 stacks of an item inside of one item slot at some point. I also claimed a couple more bounties and got another wither skeleton skull, which actually put our total of wither skeletons skulls at 6. I had 4 in the base right here. I had 9 fragments, and there was 1 more skull in the basement. So we could summon 2 withers. I really wanted to see what we could do with 2 nether stars. And I kinda set on the immolation blade. It looked like a really strong sword to make. It had 12 attack, well, it has 12 attack damage, and I really wanted to make that. I also found some netherite scrap in this ship. Yes, you can find netherite scrap in the overworld inside these floating vessels. There was 1 more netherite scrap in that chest I just looted, and now it was on to the big bucks. I made my very first netherite ingot, which actually came in pretty clutch, because now we have access to the nether. We can get epic variety loot, as well as legendary. Which means that we need to make a netherite reforging table. But first, I made the auto feeding upgrade. You plunk this into your backpack, and any type of food that is in there, the backpack will automatically feed you without you having to actually eat the item. Which is amazing. It is just pure awesomeness. I also got a lot of scrap loot, a ton of diamonds, some more netherite scrap, much more golden carrots than I could have ever imagined of eating in my whole lifetime, and I got some additional scrolls and nether warts. This place was absolutely stacked. Not to mention that there is so much clay inside of this ship. I just had to loot it all. I just had to vein mine it all. Man, I mean, come on, I can't let this clay go to waste. I can make so many hopper botany pots with this stuff. Back at home, I also scrapped all of the horse armors that I'd gotten, and that's a fat scrapping right there if I've ever seen one. Oh yeah. And I finally found one of the end game ingots. This is all the modium you're looking at. This is one of the most powerful ingots, weapon types in the game, and you use it to make the Aldemodium alloy weaponry. 51 attack, yeah, you're looking at that right. 51 attack damage and 9 attack speed. That's absolutely nuts. That is so nuts, I can't even comprehend what those numbers mean. There was another epic spawn in the nether. And of course, you know, I had to bite storm them. Come on, man. It's just rinse and repeat at this point. Now, the thing is, the bite storm was really good early game, and now it kind of seemed to lack damage. Yeah, it really doesn't do that much damage. I mean, it did take him down 130 health, which is 70 hearts. So, yeah. I mean, that's good. And, oh my god. This pickaxe is insane. Fortune 3, Efficiency 5, XP boost, and Nature's Mend. Ignores 32% of block damage, and you get haste when you break a block. Yeah, this is my go-to pickaxe now. I also summoned my first wither. Another rare mob decided to show up, and this wither was such a pushover, man. I mean, come on, we're on day 29. This wither ain't got nothing on us. I am just straight bowing the hell out of this guy. Took the sword out, started whacking away. Vampirism is going through the roof. He is dealing no damage to us. I am just sucking the life out of him. Oh yeah, wither goes down. Get the nether star, get the heart containers? Okay. I got 4 heart containers from that guy. That's quite interesting. Also got a soul receptacle. Not really sure what that does. But we added 4 more hearts to the health pool. I killed my second wither and got another nether star, of course, and some more heart containers. So adding those heart containers puts us in the yellow hearts. We have about 23 hearts right now. That's like 46 health. That's actually kind of really good. I started mining for ancient debris inside the nether, and I wanted to use something called a backpack to get around. A jetpack. What am I saying? A backpack use. Open. The jetpack is quite an expensive recipe if you go up in the higher tiers of the jetpack, but you can make a jetpack as early as wood. Also, I used the unusing enchantment, threw an anvil onto my pickaxe, which means that when it hits 1 durability, the pickaxe will not break, but you are simply unable to use it. I also repaired my osmium set of gear, and my helmet was almost blown to smithereens, so I had to swap that out for a substitute. Now, it was time to take 4 lava buckets, 2 nether stars and a stick, and whack them all together to make an immolation blade. This thing has 2 attack speed and 12 base attack damage. This is a pretty strong sword for the early game. I did, however, not really want to chuck this sword out because that lifesteal is pretty good, man. I mean, I really can't pass up on that lifesteal. I wanted to first get some epic affixes, and then I could see which sword I would use. Now, I took to the skies with creative flight because those scrolls are in this mod pack. Yeah, I was just zipping around, man. I was just zipping left and right. Terrible fortress into the fire, getting advancements left and right. I was making some good progress exploring the nether like this. I also wanted to get into some bastions. That could also be really, really beneficial for me. Now, flying around in the nether gave me the Firebolt Scroll. This is an epic spell, so I cannot use it into my current spellbook because that one's only rare. So we need to find an epic spellbook. And I think that's going to take us a little bit of time, at least. I did, however, kill another epic mob, which now I should have, in theory, enough epic items in order to scrap them down and make the epic immolation blade. I also found a bastion which I looted up, and this thing had another spell scroll, a night vision goggles, and a smithing template upgrade to make netherite gear. Also an ancient debris, which is amazing. It had a feeding upgrade as well, which I'm kind of surprised about, that you can just find those laying around randomly in the nether. So that's kind of a W. And I immediately made some stack upgrades. This is the first upgrade I'm doing to my storage system. So now every single slot in my chests can hold 2 stacks of an item. So instead of 64, it will be 128. I then took my reforging table and I was going to upgrade it to the netherite variety, putting in 2 epic sands, 1 netherite ingot, the smithing table, and some nether bricks. And I had a reforging station that went up to legendary now. I then got into the mystical agriculture. I wanted to see how much of the 3rd tier essence I could make. And I was able to make 5 3rd tier essence. I needed to use 4 of that for a gem. I converted all the other inferium into the tertium as well. And I made 2 imperium essence. So we were making some steady progress, but I realized that we're going to need a shitload of inferium if we want to get to the end game stuff of this mod pack. So I put a couple more inferium seeds into the farm, and I started melting down all of the valuables I'd gotten during my travels. I got some funk stuck in my head. Whenever I go gym, that's what I listen to. It's like the musical energy boost. It's amazing. I had the idea of what I wanted to do, and then I completely forgot about it. Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to get inside of that because we made the new essences and we could get some extra stuff now. I just get 14 inferium. Really? That's it? I don't know about that one, Chief. And the first thing that I did was I upgraded my furnace. I made a silver to gold upgrade. I then had a gold to diamond upgrade. which made it even faster. Diamond one, also a lot faster. Then emerald furnace. Oh, look at that! Wow! Oh my! And yeah, it was safe to say this thing, it melted at the speed of sound. But we were still not finished yet with upgrading it fully. The other project I started working on was expanding my automated hopper botany farm. I know there's probably a lot of diehards and a lot of more intelligent people than me, because I'm still just a caveman in this mod pack, that know of a more efficient way to make this type of farm. But this is the way that I knew, and this is the way that I liked building it. So I was gonna go ahead and go with this one until I figured out something more efficient. For now, this farm was doing just fine. I added a couple of extra layers, I added a ton of extra oak drawers, and I put some extra hopper botany into it. Hopper botany pots into it. Wow, that's a difficult thing to say. I also figured out you can make these item pipes, which can transport items. So I hooked it up to one of the oak drawers and a chest, and it did nothing. So I had to make something in order to get those pipes working, but I wasn't sure what it was. I did make 3 more diamond chests, and I also got the smithing upgrade, which I duplicated a couple of times using this nifty crafting recipe. Now I had enough upgrade materials and, well, smithing templates in order to upgrade this thing to, well, have enough netherite ones to last me a lifetime. I then added some more oak drawers to the farm and some more hopper botany pots on top of them. I wanted to have one single seed at least of every single item, and I also hooked up all the oak drawers to item pipes. I wasn't sure how to use these things, but I saw the videos online, and these things are actually really good as an early game way to transport items, which is exactly what I need to have my farms automatically transported to my whole chest system. It's going to be amazing. I then looked up some video guides, and I found out you just have to shift right click the extraction point of the pipe with this wrench, or any type of wrench I think, and then it will be on extraction mode. When you see that extra layer pop up around the pipe, that's when you know it's extracting items. It will only extract items if it is set up this way. If there is even if there is one pipe that is not an extraction, it will start pumping out the stuff that is being extracted into the storage that it is hooked up to. So this was not only going to be cool, as in I have an automated way of getting all my resources, but it also looks really cool. Trust me, when I say this looks cool, wait until you see the finished product of this base. It's gonna be pretty good. I then went out for another lo-fi mining session, gathering up as many ores that I could possibly find. I also collected the most amount of fuel I have ever done in a single run in Minecraft looting, well, Minecraft mining. And I got afflicted with this really strange potion effect. This is the heart stop effect. And I wasn't really sure what this was, but it was quite scary as I was hearing my own heart beat at all times. Yeah, that is cause for concern, for sure. I then found some more rare ores, some more iron, and I continued on my mining spree. I eventually mined so far down that I found another skulk biome. And I almost set off a warden on me on day 33. I started sneaking around being kind of a ninja around these parts because I was not looking to get shanked or sonic boomed by another warden. I did find some blocks of platinum, and I'm kind of glad there were blocks because platinum can only be broken by a diamond pickaxe apparently. But we secured some platinum, some more lapis. We were moving up in the world. I also got another prosperity, and it was just one ore. Are you? It is just one ore. That is beautiful. I like that. Got some more gold, and I strip mined using stone in my hand. Yeah, strip mining's pretty nice with that ultimine. I replenished the fuel of my coal generator that is hooked up to my storage facility, and I resupplied my emerald furnace. I then had a ton of ore hammers I made before, Man, some of these item names are really difficult to say without tripping up. I made some ore hammers, and I turned every single ore that I found into dust. And yeah, it's a lot of... Look at all these stacks of ingots that I'm going to be making, man. It's just so much stuff. I then went back over to that flying ship that we found before, and I looted up all the clay, all the wool. I looted up some wood from this place, and I gotta say, there's just so much clay. There's just so much, man. There's literally stacks upon stacks of clay just laying around. Which meant that I could make more hopper botany pots, and we could have some more automation in the base. That's always a win-win in my book. Back at the base, I put all of the clay into my furnace, and I was feeling pretty feisty, so I added 2 more Inferium seeds to the farm. Because I realized after crafting all this Inferium up to Prudentium, and then the Prudentium I had to make another crystal for because my crystal was breaking. But I made a Prudentium crystal so I could upgrade it to Tertium. And that's when I started realizing that these recipes are extremely expensive to make. You need so much Inferium in this mod pack, it is insane. So one of the pro gamer tips that I'll give you guys that I didn't really do is make as many Inferium seeds as you can, honestly. I did, however, make my first tier 3 seed, which is an iron seed. I also made some obsidian. I got another silver seed inside of that as well. And I was going to finish it off with redstone and copper seeds. If I can place all of these seeds inside my base, we'll have a pretty solid setup with some infinite ores. Now, the only thing that I didn't really think about was that you need a tertium soul base in order to actually grow these things. You cannot put a prudentium or an inferium soul base on a higher rarity seed. It's kind of ass that it works that way, but hey, it is what it is. I expanded the automatic farm a little bit more, adding some new pipes to the system, and I realized just how big this project was actually going to be for this early in the game. I also noticed that you can make clay with the dirt and water essence that I'd gotten before. And I made a shitload of clay. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. I got so much more terracotta, so much more hopper botany pots, and I could start adding them to the next floor of the base. I also went out in the world to look for a couple more basic Minecraft seeds, because we need those to make the prosperity seed base. And I made 2 more Inferium seeds because, as I said, you can never have enough, and we have 6 Inferium seeds running in the setup right now. I want to expand this to 6T, and we're going to focus on getting more iron later. Oh yeah, the iron farm. What do I need for that? Can I make that? I don't got time. I got to go to an appointment. Yo, I'm logging off. While we're loading up, have you guys watched the last 2 episodes of Attack on Titan? Because I just finished it, and man, it is an end of an era right now. I watched it back in 2013 when it first came out. Back in high school, man, I was so young, but I already knew that anime was going to be banging, and I was hooked on that show from the first episode. I do have to admit, once Studio Mappa took over, man, they blew it up. It was amazing. So, leave your thoughts in the comments below. What do you think of the last 2 episodes?
What's up, Doc?
Why do my characters always look like trash? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I also was having a little bit of a frame rate issue, getting an average of 30. I think the mod pack was really doing a number on my computer. I did, however, went over and made some more basic tiered seeds that were going to go a long way. So we're talking about fire seeds, plant seeds or earth seeds, and air seeds. These were going to add a couple more crafting recipes to our plethora of possible craftings. And I also got a load of wood from that redwood forest. Also, you can see that I have 4 logs in my inventory. We were going to make some wood seeds as well, because those are quite important. I mean, you can never have enough wood in a pack like this, because you can use it as fuel, you can use it as a crafting item. There's just so many applications of it. I also found another really cool structure that I just had to take a screenshot of, because, man, some of these sites cannot go unseen. You gotta take a screen of that. And it appeared to have been a sort of skeleton dungeon. These guys were invisible, had chainmail armor, and I've actually seen them before in RLCRAFT. And I think DawnCraft as well. Now, I always remember that this chest loads very slowly for some reason. I don't know why. And it had absolute trash loot, so I completely dipped. And I found another one of these pillager mage towers, I should say. So I quickly dealt with the guy with the Sharpness 5 sword. He was no match for me. I got some more spell scrolls, really big. I got a Lob Creeper, crazy. And I went to finish that Arch Evoker. And this guy was a joke, man. You just saw me pummel that guy to death in like 4 seconds. He stood no chance. I don't even have an epic or a legendary weapon on me right now. I did get a Summon Horse scroll. Kind of cool. It says that I can summon a Spectral Steed. And I think these villagers will need a Spectral Steed because I just... Well, I started a calamity because they were never going to survive a pillager raid. And I also wasn't staying around to see that happen, so I dipped. And I probably sinned, but the chunks are unloaded, so I guess I haven't sinned yet. That is some really, really dark logic. Oh my god. I did, however, find another roguelike dungeon, and it was good to have, and I wanted to explore it later on. I did first, however, claim all the chunks around my base, because we're going to do something pretty interesting. We already have some automation going, which is pretty AFK-able, and now I am force loading the chunks in my claimed base in order to have everything in those force loaded chunks always be loaded, even when I'm not close, which means that it's going to be generating 24/7. They're 24/7. These hopper botany pots are pumping out items, just the way I like it. I also finished my rare osmium set by enchanting the leggings to rare. And then I tried looking some more deeper into the quests of the overworld. And I noticed that we were actually getting pretty close to the Aldemodium level, which is really wild because some of this Aldemodium stuff is absolute insanity. Okay, it seems like my little frame rate issue has been solved. That took like the better part of an hour. I mean, I did scroll TikTok for like 30 minutes probably. My For You page is wild, man. All right, back to the roguelike. Oh yeah, this frame rate's much better. I want to see what this place got to offer, man. Let's go. I mean, all the good loot's probably going to be down at the basement layer anyway, which I don't immediately see. And I was right that the loot was going to be the best at the basement layer, because I started finding some loot capacitators and some really weird stuff that I've never seen before. So if you guys know what that does, leave it down in the comment section. I never did anything with it, because 100 days is just not enough for this mod pack. I mean, I guess they really weren't lying about having all the mods inside of this mod pack. However, I was thoroughly enjoying my little escapade in the dungeon. I saw 2 skeletons fight with bows, and I took down their health respectively. Did a quick 2-tap on them, and I looted up the rest of the dungeon. Now, there wasn't that much great loot. I did, however, find Bella the Questionable. And Bella the Questionable was going to be a godsend, because it allowed me to find this chest, which has netherite. I'm not kidding. This has an X-ray potion scroll for finding netherite. When have you ever seen this in your life? I haven't, and I'm absolutely loving it. It's like getting a McDonald's Happy Meal and getting 2 toys inside of it. I am loving it. Hope I don't get copyright strike for that. How funny would that be? Anyways, I got its Striding Time, which is a spellbook that also summons a Spectral Steed, which is kind of interesting. I wasn't really sure which one of the 2 was going to be best. I did, however, continue my exploration because I was still looking around if I could find any more valuable riches. And I did. Because I found these things. Angel Heart Vials. Resurrects you once and breaks. And I just found 4. So this is 4 extra lives in the series. And I'm gonna give you a little spoiler. At some point, we're gonna need these, man. I did, however, find a lot of overworld spawners inside of this specific mine. I'm not really sure what happened with the generation or if it's common to have them spawn at the deep slate layer, but they were all over the place. I think I got like maybe 5 or 6 of them. Yeah, it was pretty nuts, man. Just look at this stuff. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. But then got attacked by another mimic because, of course, you know, these things just have to sometimes ruin my day. The only good part about these mimics is that they drop an artifact, and if you're really lucky, it's a really good artifact, but we just got a, well, let's just say an ass necklace. I did, however, put all of the redwood inside of my oak drawer. That was the fuel inserter of my melting system. That was a really difficult way to just say that is the chest that's hooked up to my furnace. Yeah, that was really difficult to say. Okay. I did scroll the pages for some of the weaponry that I wanted to get into. And that's when I saw the stats on the Aldemodium. And oh my god. 16 attack damage, and I think it was 3 attack speed. That is juicy. Bro, that is juicy. Also, I learned that using an arcane anvil, you can socket a spell scroll into a weapon, which allows you to become a mage spellcaster. Well, mage sword caster? It's really cool, however. I wanted to get into it, but I'm gonna keep it like 100 with you guys. I absolutely forgot about that arcane anvil for the rest of the mod pack. ADHD go brrr. I did, however, make 1 tertium soil, which allowed me to start growing my first tier 3 seeds, which were iron. And using that soil, I unlocked all of the quests in the 3rd tier of our magic. Oh, wow, dude, of magical agriculture, which was absolutely insane because it also gave me another iron seed, a prismarine seed, and a lead seed. How cool is this stuff? You get free seeds by making seeds. Now that's the deal I'm talking about. Those are the good kind of deals. I did, however, put them directly inside the farm, and I got some more seeds, which gave me creeper seeds. That was really interesting. I could now have an unlimited supply of gunpowder. I mean, you gotta love that, right? I then went ahead and I made my first iron farm from easy villagers. I wasn't sure how this thing would work, but I was pretty sure that it should have been easy enough for me to figure out, right? There's a zombie, there's lava. I probably have to pick up one of the villagers, put him inside of this cage, and then it will start generating iron. So I put an unsuspecting villager into a cage that simulates his death over and over in order to summon one of the guardians. What? That will also die. And I just hooked it up to a pipe so it could extract all of the iron out of it. I mean, that's what I'm here for anyway, is the iron automation. I then made a stack and 30 more pipes and a stack and 6 more oak drawers, and adding all of these to my farm wasn't even enough to finish the last layers of this farm. Oh! It made a golem! It does sound really terrible. Sorry, but I am gonna make some pipes that lead down. Oh my goodness. Hold on a minute. I am not listening to that the whole time in my base, man. And I'm kind of glad I made this farm a lot lower because I also didn't want to listen to that golem sound while I was editing these videos. Oh man. I just realized something. Oh my. You guys have probably been screaming at me that this is not centered with that. I only now just noticed that. I am the worst builder in Minecraft. I am the worst builder in Minecraft. I am so sorry, guys, but we're gonna have to run with this. I am deeply sorry. I want to apologize. I have done things that are not becoming of someone. What am I doing? I'm extending it too much. I was busy apologizing. Nah, I'm kidding. I really don't care. Although it is kind of stupid of me. It is kind of stupid. I will admit that. Yeah, it was very stupid because it looks terrible when it's not centered up. I did make, finally, the wood seeds, fire, the earth, and the air seeds. So we were getting pretty stacked up on seeds. I was more running out of hopper botany pots than I was running out of seeds to make. So I inserted all of the seeds that I'd recently gotten, and my farm was up and running with some wood essence, air essence, and fire essence. We already had the dirt and the water essence, so I think we have a good set amount of essences in order to start creating stuff with them. But first, of course, you know, we go in, we take all of the clay out of the chest, we make as many hopper botany pots as we can, and we try to set this whole joint up with hopper botany pots, farming the ever-living crap out of every crop that is inside of those. I also realized there is a seed for every single type of vanilla mob, and I found this recipe. This is a netherite essence recipe. Dude, this is gonna generate infinite netherite for me. And if I was already strategizing, so now hear me out. We got this scroll of netherite site, right? If I get 32 netherite or ancient debris, I can make 32 netherite scraps, which will be enough for me to do anything I want with those. I also created a small enderman portal, which will summon endermen periodically in order for me to fight them in a kind of gauntlet, guardian, maybe colossal type of stuff. It's kind of in that way. I then started the enderman raid, and they immediately spawned having 20 health, which is pretty standard. And this first wave went down without any trouble. And I'd already gotten 4 ender pearls back. So these gates are really, really good. The health of the mobs does increase every time a new gate is opened, which causes me a little bit of concern because that second wave is already pretty strong. And then I ended up just slashing away, hacking and dashing. I had no strategy left. I was just swinging my sword, man. And that's when the timer expired, the gate exploded, and all of the spirits had been vanquished. I did get a stack of emeralds that I can now use in order to throw to a stronghold to find it. No, I'm kidding. We finally got fire resistance potions as well, because I wanted to get into that netherite farming. And for that, we for sure needed fire resistance potions. Just like that, I activated the special ability of netherite side, and I started mining for my life. The first ancient debris I broke with a iron pickaxe, and the ancient debris said, "Peace, I'm out. I am not dealing with this." And then I found some more ancient debris, and I got a second pickaxe in my inventory, and we can mine it all up now. So I think it is due time for a high-speed, high-cut montage of me getting ancient debris. And just like that, I'd gotten 32 ancient debris. Yeah, it is that easy. You definitely don't have to spend a day and a scroll of netherite site to find it, but it did make my life a lot easier. I also got a blaze instruction manual from one of the blazes that I killed, which means that I can insert epic spells into that spellbook. So some new changes were going to be made to my combat arsenal. First, I went over to the scribes table and I got the wind gust. No, that's the heal. I got the healing sorted, I got the fire breath and the fire bolt. And I went out into the wild to test out the fire breath. First I did the firecracker, as I'll call it, because this is not a fiery missile, this is just a cracker that deals damage. And then it was time to test out the dragon's breath, and oh my god. Dovahkiin. That's what's playing in my head when I see that. I am the Dragonborn. I also summoned my spectral steed, and this thing was pretty fast. I gotta say, for a horse that you can summon, this thing is actually really strong. Back at the base, I was strategizing how to make this supremium essence in order to make those netherite ingots. And the consensus of that research was, well, get a load of Inferium. That is the one and only question and answer you have to ask yourself is, how do I get more Inferium? I did, however, make a Imperium crystal, along with some Imperium recipes, this could combine into something really strong. The seeds are really simple to make. It is mostly the crystals that are really expensive, but that was no problem, as I was just going to enchant my Solium dagger that I'd recently made, and I'll tell you all about this dagger once we get to fighting some mobs. I did, however, put a rare affix onto it, which was, by the way, the best affix that I think I could have gotten, and I absolutely ran out of iron and prosperity shards. So we definitely had to go hit the mine for those two a little bit longer. I also made 4 soul jars. Now, the way that the Solium dagger works is when you kill a mob, it will automatically put its essence into one of the soul jars. Preferably the one that's closer to the start of the inventory, and then after that, it is the one that is the closest to leveling up or the highest in level. This Hoglin did, however, break my chest plate. Oh my god, what is this? Third eye. What is going on? Oh, this is trippy. Oh my god. How long is this? How long is it gonna stay? 15 more seconds. Oh, can I do anything with this? Can I peek into the abyss? Is this how Endermen see the world?
Can we get much higher?
If so, dang. Oh, wow. Welcome back, beautifully lustrous world. And on that note, I just want to take a second and appreciate the real beauty of this mod pack. If you guys are enjoying this video, make sure you subscribe, you leave a like, drop your comment down below, man. I answered to like 99% of my comments. Okay, no, that's probably a lie. Like 90% of my comments I replied to. I love talking with you guys. You guys are always interesting. So go ahead, tell me your thoughts below. Just don't shitpost me. I also recently got a notification. I was actually talking with one of my good friends, and they told me that they'd seen my content on a cross post on Reddit, and it's really weird, man. It's really weird seeing that stuff happen. Anyways, enough talking about that weird stuff. Let's get into All the Mods 9 again. We got some really cool stuff lining up right now. We are in the process of making a jetpack. I already upgraded the jetpack to copper, and now I am upgrading it to silver, which I, of course, do not have the items for. The silver upgrade is always what I'm struggling on. Very strange. I did quickly go back to my unexplored dungeon, and I got a little bit too heavy into the spewing fire. I made some roast tarantula. Tarantula, that's how you say it in my language. I made some roast tarantula. And the Dutch is coming out. Okay, back to the video. I did scrap another epic pickaxe, and I got 2 more epic sands. Using a platinum ore hammer, which is really strong, I also turned all of my iron into iron dust, which went straight into the furnace. I then went back to the nether in order for round 2 of exploring, because there is still a lot of things we gotta find in this dimension. Oh, oba! Let's go! Oh, I don't have mana. Never mind, let's not go. Yeah, I might have gotten a little bit carried away with that one. But hey, it was fun slaughtering all of those ghasts, even though they were crying, and ooh, that sounds bad. On the positive note, look at that. Ancient knowledge, and if you remember, we got a knowledge of the ages in the backpack. We got some cool stuff coming in. This sword is going to give me a lot of levels. Oh yeah, a lot of levels. I did have to finish off the mobs that I want to have the drops from with a different blade now, but that was not going to be an issue because I made a gold backpack, and after that I upgraded it to a diamond. I said backpack, didn't I? Oh yeah, my editor's going to scream at me. Anyway, what's up? I hope you cut out that part about the backpack because it's a jetpack and I don't want to look stupid, even though I really am. But I wanted to cleanse myself of this stupidity. I was going to get into the power mod because I was going to upgrade from a caveman to a PhD in rocket science and energy consumption. That's an obvious lie, but I was going to dabble into it a little bit because I saw this magmator and I thought it sounded really cool. And I got solar panels, which is just awesome to have, and I heard they're really efficient, so I want to hook up the factory upgrade setting to my furnace, and then hook that up to a solar farm, and then I'll have a factory running on everything that should be smelting. In theory. The only problem was that the recipes in Power are incredibly expensive. Like, it's not expensive as in the rare materials, but just look at how much dielectric paste I had to make in order to just even get started in this mod pack. I did make an energy hopper, which will allow me to transfer energy from an energy generating source into a chest that will charge any item inside of that chest. So you already know I was going to make a Furnator, which is a pretty simple recipe. Hook that Furnator up to the energy hopper, and the energy hopper will discharge the energy into the chest that has my jetpack. Don't look at me like that. It has my jetpack inside of it, which will allow me to have permanent flight pretty soon. We are moving up in the world. I mean, it is day 43, so it was a given that we were going to get somewhere eventually. But we're doing pretty good. I also took out all the different kinds of essence that I had from Mystical Agriculture, and I wanted to just compact things a little bit more so I could see what I'm working with. Because we need a total of 5 Supremium. 1 for the soil, and 4 to make the netherite seeds. And we have 4 Supremium essence. I was just missing the 1, which got me a little bit salty, but then again, we're still making those netherite seeds, regardless of how much Supremium I got right now. Because the farm will just generate it anyway, so we just gotta have a little bit of time to wait. And during the time that I had to kill, I did actually grant myself the satisfaction of making the netherite seeds at least. I would at least have the seeds, and that would be pretty awesome. So there we go. We made some netherite seeds. I got an infinite supply of automatically growing netherite. It just sounds cool, man. When I stepped outside of my base, I found this guy, an emerald muncher. Now, I'm not really sure what the deal with this guy is, but he looked really shady, and he was, I guess, begging for emeralds right outside my base. I got really scared by this guy, I'm not gonna lie, man. And I gotta say, this jetpack is amazing. It is so fast. It is so incredibly fast, and I just love flying around, zipping through the world with a jetpack. How cool is this? I then started on some of the power mod pack items. The first thing that I needed to make was a Furnator, because I need to have a solid way of powering my jetpack, so I wanted to get a better Furnator and a better energy hopper to improve my little janky setup I got going right now. So I made an energizing orb in order to start crafting the ingredients needed to upgrade the systems from the power mod. Because you need to energize iron, you need to energize blaze rods, you need to do a lot of weird stuff in order to get higher tiered items. Now, the fun thing is that I don't know what is going on with this power mod pack, because that energizing orb and energizing rod, I don't know nothing about those. But I knew we had to go into the nether, and I needed to get a ton more blaze rods. First I killed Miranda, and I got another epic helmet. This I could scrap down to make some more epic stuff. I then found one of these temples. Now these temples are also trapped, so be careful when you are looting these up, because if you are not careful enough, it will blow up in your face. The loot inside this temple was kind of mid. I wasn't really sure what I should do with all that loot, so I just left it alone. I didn't have the storage capacity in my backpack to take everything with me. Now, the cool thing was that in a random pillager or piglin? Yeah, it's like a piglin base. I found a cloud in the bottle, which allows me to double jump. And then I arrived at the location I was looking for. We got some blazes. So I had the soul jars in my inventory, and I needed to fill them up. Cue the blaze kill montage. And just like that, I killed 40 blazes, and I got a ton more gems, which also allowed me to get a really sick chestplate going. Because remember, my past chestplate broke, and I wanted to get another epic osmium chestplate. I was just lacking a couple levels, but that was no problem. I went out in the world and I started exploring. I also looted up a Scavenger 3 book in an Apotheosis tower, which is really beautiful. Rerolls the loot table and gets me more rare loot. I also got another royal family gem, which gives me 5% to all my stats if I equip it into a helmet. I then found the lighthouse, which is a really cool structure that has a ton of redstone in it apparently. It also had one chest with a common gem, so that's kind of an L. But it didn't matter, as I found another meteorite which had another one of those strange orbs inside in the center of it. I did manage to mine the mysterious cube, and I got all of the Certus quartz that was around it. After that I continued my exploration, and I managed to find a cave which I knew mobs would be inside. And I just needed one more level to get to the level 30 mark, and then I could get my osmium chestplate enhanced up to an epic. Before I did that, I put my jetpack, back into the chest with the energizing hopper, which will, well, charge my jetpack. It goes very slowly, is really not efficient, but it works for now. I got the epic enhancement onto my osmium chestplate, and I wanted to stack health buffs on that chestplate. I also added another spell to my spell book, and this was the Greater Heal. In 5 seconds of cast time, I can heal myself up to maximum health back again. It did juice up all of my mana, but that was a really good clutch spell to have in my arsenal. I also added a fire gem to my knowledge of the ancient sword, and then it was time to start buffing this chestplate. I also had some extra gems laying around, and I figured that you can only put one unique gem of the same variety into an armor piece. So for example, I cannot put 2 unique royal family gems into a helmet. I did, however, put it on a shield, which gave me 15% extra armor and some extra armor toughness. It did lower my speed, but I countered that with using another gem of speed onto my pants later on. I did put a really good gem into my chestplate, as you saw just there, that buffs my health by 20%. I also had another Brawler's gem laying around, which gives me 6 extra max health. This will combine very nicely with the 20% bonus that I have and the 5% bonus on my helmet. We were starting to get really beefy, like really beefy. I also added the legendary gem to my chestplate that reduces physical damage by 22.5%. That's nuts. Yeah, that's just nuts, man. I then crafted up some more of the Imperium dust, and I needed to make 1 Supremium. With that Supremium, I could make a Supremium soil base that opened up the quests for the Supremium agriculture. So I got the Supremium farmland, and I claimed the quest for the netherite seeds, which gave me uraninite seeds. And I'm saying it right, it is uraninite. Uraninite. Yeah, it is. And claiming the uraninite seed quest gave me iridium. So we had 3 tier 5 seeds right now. I did put the farmland immediately onto my netherite seeds, and this was growing infinite netherite for me. It was beautiful. Infinite netherite. Because as you can see here, you need netherite for so many different crafting recipes. So I am absolutely stoked we got this seed into the farm, and now it can just do its thing. I also tried giving this emerald muncher some emeralds, and I tried trading with him, but that didn't do anything. As you can see here, while I'm right-clicking him, it opens the market tab. So I'm guessing this thing spawned whenever I placed down the market back a few days ago. Or should I say a few weeks ago. I then found a wandering trader around my base, and he gave me one of those tomes that refreshes enchantments and some more wither skeleton heads. I also wanted to craft my mob masher, which is an advanced modular of the mob grinder, and this counts towards player kills. So I could set up a really good automatic mob farm that also collects experience for me. Now, the recipe for this mob masher is pretty expensive. I did have enough resources to make one, as well as what I call a vacuum hopper. It's called an absorption hopper, but this hopper pretty much collects fluids and mob drops. So you can hook this up to some storage containers for the EXP, and you can also hook it up with some pipes to chests that have, like you can see here, a really high stack upgrade, and you can have infinite storage for all the mob drops. I also made a mega torch, and this torch is big. It also prevents the spawns of hostile mobs in a chunk radius. And that's a chunky torch, my guy. That is a chunky torch. Then I had some new things that I written down on a list that I wanted to get into. I needed to get a solid way of producing energy in order to get my jetpack up to full, because this was generating not nearly enough of what I need. I got an idea though. Player transmitter. Player transmitter will charge a player's items wirelessly. You must first bind this to a player using a binding card. This is the basic card which allows the transmitter to only work in the same dimension. You can upgrade this by using a binding dimensional card instead. Because I had the idea to set up a solar farm in the Everdawn dimension, which constantly generates power because it always stays day in there, right? There has to be a portal guide close by somewhere, right? This is a portal guide. Straight to the portal guide, man. Straight to the portal guide. Here he is. The man of the hour. The man of the hour. You probably got a book in here, right? And let's go. Infinite power, here I come. Flight is disabled in this area. Not if my smart ass knows anything about it. I don't think it's disabled. I mean, does this look disabled to you? I like cheating the system. Having a way to actually fly around in this dimension is pretty funny. Also, I really like the blue aesthetic of these towers, man. This looks awesome. There is some really nice looking blocks in the Everbright dimension. I also found the Summoner's Tower, and this is where I wanted to set a base in for my infinite power generation. Now, the mobs in this dimension are really strong. They take so many hits to kill. I tried going for a legendary one, but I just got a common axe. Because as I learned from Dawncraft, legendary items spawn in this dimension. I quickly took out the summoner, which was not a big deal at all. This guy was an absolute joke in this pack. Also because we're so powerful already. So yeah, the annoying part about the summoner is that he zips all around, but that didn't stop me from absolutely decimating him. I collected all of his loot and got the loot bag, which gave me a spear, an orb, and, well, these star flames that I'm not really sure what they do. He also dropped an enchanted book with piercing too, but that wasn't too interesting. I then had a visitor in my newly found base that I dispatched of really quickly. And I was back at home trying to figure out if I could make something cool with the loot that I'd recently gotten. Dude, that looks absolutely sick. I want to make that. Blank runestone. The Dead King. The Dead King. Yikes. I don't think we got a blank runestone. We had a blank runestone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let us create some of this mage cloth. We got exactly 5. That's enough. Oh! Dude, we got some priest. Whoa! This thing is gonna look so cool. This thing has to look cool, right? It looks like ass. Oh my god, it looks like ass. Oh my god. Why do I keep making my character more ugly? What is this? So yeah, I felt really defeated with that stupid priest hat. And I focused some more on the power mod pack. I made a load of solar farms. Well, not solar farms, solar panels. I made a load of solar panels, and I was going to set this up with some cables, with an energizing cell, the player transmitter, energizing orb, energizing rod, all these cool names. I was going to have a full setup in the Everbright dimension. So I hooked up 4 of these solar panels. I connected them all using the energy cables, and was going to have that lead down into the side room, then connect that up to a hub in the main room, and then I would have a whole system in place to create infinite energy. And using ender gates and all that crazy stuff, I would be able to transfer that over to my dimension. Or at least that was the plan. I hooked up the energy cell and things were starting to look good. I was generating a lot of FE actually. This already got 250,000 in just a couple seconds. I did go home quickly and I made some batteries which I put into the energy cell so I could have some extra storage. If this thing would overflow, it would go into the batteries. I then went home and I created the most amount of prudentium I could. I then upgraded it to tertium, and we had quite a lot of this dust, or essence, I should say. Now, I really needed to get these blaze crystals finally going, because if I want to get far in the power mod pack, I'm gonna need a ton of blaze rods. So I got some tier 3 upgrading stone, which allowed me to make this Imperium you're seeing right here. I put in a seed base for Imperium and the 4 soul jars with blaze essence, and I got myself the blaze seeds. The funny thing was, when I went to claim this quest, I got a second blaze seed, which was awesome. I didn't have to kill 40 more blazes for that, which is really good, because that took quite a while actually. I then put inside of my farm these 2 blaze seeds, and they were generating blaze essence for me now. I did, however, made a quick stop in the nether in order to get some more of that soulium ore and the soul stone, because I was running out really quickly. I then made 5 more tertium farmlands, which I put inside for my redstone, my lead, my copper, and all that good stuff. Now, one of the things that I will realize later is that I'm going to need so much more of all this essence. I did, however, make the aerial pearl and the player transmitter or player binding card, because I wanted to have that set up so it could just generate FE for my jetpack, even if it is on me. I used the player binding card on an Enderman and I got the dimensional card, and I used the aerial pearl on a zombie to get the personal aerial pearl. The emerald muncher was still chilling outside of my base, not moving an inch away from his spot, and then I made the player transmitter. This thing was going to allow to send the energy to my jetpack whenever I have it on me. I also figured out how to use the energizing orb. So you have this rod set up, and if you power the rod, it will shoot out a beam that energizes certain items. For example, if you put an iron block and a golden block inside the orb, you will be able to generate energized iron or energized steel. This is what you need to get your first upgrade from common to hardened in power. I then made a hardened player transmitter and a hardened energy cell, because that was going to overall increase the efficiency of the system. I hooked up the player transmitter with a cable to my energizing cell, and I put the personal dimensional binding card inside of it. This allowed me to get energy from the system into whatever is my inventory or on my person. The batteries were inside of my inventory, so those were charging first, and when I took out my jetpack and I tried it in the overworld, it apparently does not work. So the dimensional binding card only works in vanilla dimensions, I think. So that was kind of an L. I had this whole setup in this dimension and I needed to move it back to the overworld. I did, however, make some gold seeds because I wanted to get every single tiered seed in the game. And after claiming that quest, I got nothing. I just got some really basic inferium dust, which was kind of ass. I also made a builder's wand, and this allows me to expand my base a lot easier. Like, this is such a life hack, this item. And after expanding my base a good amount, I had it run completely out of bricks. I quickly melted some more cobblestone into stone and crafted some more bricks. And then I needed to go out in the mines because I had absolutely run out of lapis. I couldn't make any more solar panels, which was a big issue. I did, however, find some more lapis after a long time of looking for this. Just look at the mine. This is what I all dug up to just find some lapis. And then I realized I just needed to make some lapis seeds and all my problems would be solved. After creating the lapis seeds, it was back to base expansion. I needed to set up this solar farm as fast as possible. I gotta get the FE flowing. You know what I'm saying? I then made a little platform that extended out from the main expansion, and this was going to be filled with cables, and on top of each cable I was going to put a solar panel. I was going to have it extend out into a little hub that has the energizing cell, that has the energizing orb and the rod, and then I could just hook up the player transmitter to it, and my basic setup was complete. I could now have the solar farm, I could send energy to my jetpack whenever I'm wearing it, and I didn't have to worry about that old janky setup with the energy hopper anymore. I then actually realized how you're supposed to use the energizing rods. So I'm guessing if I see 9 nitro energizing rods, which is the highest tier, that there's going to be some recipes that require a lot of energizing. I don't think I'm ready for that. Also, using an energy hopper in the system onto my storage scanner doesn't work. Apparently, this thing takes something else than FE. And I also figured out you can make a auto trader. I then collected my first netherite from my netherite seed. Ooh, this was so cool. I already got 4 netherite. So I could splurge a little bit and make the auto trader to mess around with that a little bit. I got the auto trader set up, and it was an interface that I didn't really understand at that point. Now, I was fairly sure that I just had to insert one of the villagers, and then it would auto trade the trade that the villager has. Now, the sad part being that the trade from my villager is already completely depleted. So this was kind of useless. I did want to mess around a little bit with the auto crafter, because if I want to, for example, have the stick trade, I would need to auto craft logs into planks, planks into sticks, and then insert the sticks into the auto trader. So I got a little setup going, and I was putting the recipes inside of this thing that I needed to craft in order to get infinite emeralds. Now, I did only realize a little bit later that this thing requires power, and I wasn't really sure what kind of power. It didn't really say what kind of power that it needs. Just 50,000. That was all it said. So I left this alone for a little bit because, well, I needed to find another villager anyway. And I have to say, the solar farm setup is working really good for my jetpack. I am generating so much electricity right now. I then went into the mines and I had a really big mining session, taking up every single ore that I could find, because using that Ultra Mine and that Fortune 3, I was in the money. I also made a diamond pickaxe that I reforged to rare, because some of the ores you find you can only mine with a diamond or a netherite pickaxe. I did do some more strip mining and looking all around in the world for some more ores. I wanted to replenish my stock inside my storage scanner to the absolute maximum, getting as much fuel as possible as well, because we're going to need it in the future. I found this spider-infested caves, and I got out of there as fast as possible, because I got a bad case of arachnophobia, and man, I just hate spiders, honestly. They don't do nothing wrong, but those things look creepy as hell. I added some more hopper botany pots into my seed farm, and then I made 17 Eyes of Ender. Oh yeah, you already know what we're doing. We're going to defeat the Ender Dragon halfway through the video. Yeah, this is what all the mods 9 is. What is that? Dude, what is this plant? Oh my god, this is the highest grass plant I've ever seen in my life. What is this thing? It's huge. That's what she said. Oh my god. I did keep an eye out for some of those overworld spawners, because the loot inside of those still goes a really long way. I also found a really colorful forest, which I absolutely love. It's just eye candy to me. And I made my way onto this ruined nether portal that had some okay loot. It did have Silk Touch, which I took with me. That means we can mine some spawners now. And after a little while, I managed to find myself a stronghold. My eyes were going down into the ground, which means it's time to get digging. After strip mining down into the depths of the abyss, I managed to find the end portal. I mined the spawner, I inserted all of the eyes into all of the frames, and I was ready. Defeat the Ender Dragon. I did put a waystone down pretty quickly because I didn't want to travel all the way back here. And then I jumped inside. And you gotta say, this End Remaster is really nice. It just looks beautiful together with the resource pack and the shaders pack that's inside of this mod pack. I couldn't mine or destroy the end crystals yet. It first had to spawn all of them. But using this jetpack, it's really easy to get around. Now, one of the things that you will notice here is that when I open my inventory for a split second, I only have 3 angel hearts left. That means that with destroying one of those end crystals, I actually killed myself somehow. Yeah, if I didn't have those angel heart files, I would have been dead. I collected some more Dragon's Breath, and at the point, by the way, I didn't realize that I actually already died one time, but that the Angel Heart saved me. I didn't know, which was really funny. I only noticed it now when I'm editing this video. But I did manage to get the Ender Dragon down pretty easily. I actually didn't use a bow. I just used my jetpack to run up on him and just do a little stabby. I collected as much Dragon's Breath as I could, and there was apparently some blood on the ground. I don't know who died here. But the Ender Dragon was down, and I had a stack of Dragon's Breath, so I wouldn't run out that easily. I managed to collect all the experience that the Ender Dragon dropped, and then I wanted to get into the End Cities. There was a couple of things that I wanted to find in the End Cities, and mainly one of the things that I want to find is an Obtainium. Now, it is rather rare. It's really difficult to find, and you can only find it in the End Highlands, but it was on the list to find. I did manage to loot up this End Pyramid, but that was before I started getting teleported out, because this thing kept teleporting me outside of the pyramid. I'm not kidding, this dude had some really weird teleport powers. The Endermen were also just completely teleporting all over the place, and it was getting really crazy. They fell down the hole, I dispatched them, and then looted up this structure. And there is so much loot. There is just so much loot. I really urge you guys to make a backpack upgrade early on in the mod pack that has the stack upgrade, because you're going to need it. I then managed to find like the Skulk City, the ancient city, but in the end. Like what is there gonna be spawning here? Some type of new warden? I was intrigued and I was wary at the same time, because if there's a warden that adapted to the end, that thing's gonna be an absolute menace. And I gotta say, this portal was piquing my interest. I got off a break, I had to run some errands, and I chose violence. I want 27 iron farms. Yeah, I just don't want to worry about iron again, man. And trust me, we were gonna do that. I did, however, first jump into that portal that I found, and it teleported me back to the end, where the Ender Dragon died. Hold on a minute. Two of those things popped. That means we already died twice. Probably using those, and yeah, probably with those crystals, right? Oh, yo, that is crazy. Oh my goodness, that is crazy. Yeah, I really had no idea at the time that I, well, died pretty much, but that those vials saved me. So guys, whenever you find those vials, pick them up, honestly. I also added some looting to my knowledge of the ancient sword, which gave me even more experience. I also checked out what I could make with the Dragon's Breath, and we could make some Dragon Soda, which is pretty good, and Dragon Arrows. So I made both of those, and I was set. I had some new equipment in the arsenal, which was pretty awesome, I gotta say. Now, on to the next thing. I gotta address the elephant in the room. We're making 27 iron farms. And you thought I might have been kidding? No. We're making even more. We made 33 iron farms. I do not want to have to deal with iron ever again. And this will make it so that I never have to. Look at this wall of iron generation. It is beautiful. I did, however, need to get enough villagers to put inside of these iron farms. And yeah, I only had the 3 to put in. So I needed to go out in the world, and I needed to find myself some new specimens for the iron farm. And what better way than to just look for a village with a jetpack. Gotta say, jetpack is one of the best things I did. And then I found a village, which I absolutely rated, not only of items, but of people. They be stealing everybody out here. For those who know what that meme is from, you're an OG. Those are the guys I was looking for. Okay, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15, and we got 3 hooked up, so that's 18. Which means I need 15 more. I need 15 more villagers. Oh, that is a hefty amount. Yo, where are these guys all at? What's up? Where's the party, dude? 14 more. 13 more. Well, when it turns daytime, they're gonna come outside anyway. Alright, it's daytime, boys. Come outside. There we go. 12, 11, 10, 9. I think I literally got all the villagers. I think I just stole this whole population. And yeah, I did steal the whole population. It wasn't enough to cover every single one of my iron farms, but I only had 3 spots left. Now, all there was to do was just hook this up with pipes to my storage system, and I am glad I built this place outside of my base, just inside the force-loaded chunks, because this place makes a lot of noise. And when I say a lot of noise, I am talking, this place is like... it is a walking alarm clock. Now, anyway, we had this iron farm set up, and I should have about 10,000 iron in a couple of days. I think that's at least how much it generates. I did went back to the end to collect the dragon egg, because there's a couple of things you can make with the dragon egg. Specifically, I was looking at ways to automate getting dragon eggs. I also claimed the quest for freeing the end, which gave me just a standard gold upgrade, kinda mid, not gonna lie. And then I checked out all the Modium ore. Now, all the Modium is the strongest metal in the all the mod pack. It is rare to find in the overworld. You'll need to find it in the deep dark biome. It is a lot more common in the mining dimension, but we didn't have access to that yet. We first had to find a deep dark biome or an ancient city. We gotta get into the enchanting of the mod pack. Ooh, this is gonna get pretty good. This is gonna get pretty good. Where in the quest line is the... oh wait, hold on. We got a bounty. Nice. Nice, we got a bounty for that. Wait, we can make something with the dragon egg. I am absolutely sure of that. Ender Dragon Death Muffler. Miniature exit portal. It gives me strength and regeneration permanently. Dragon Egg Hive. What? Ignores conditions? So, yeah. Right when I started exploring, immediately a legendary mob spawned. And I did get these micro missiles just a little while ago, so I tested them out. They don't deal that much damage, but they are pretty fun to use. They got like an auto tracking feature, so if you just fly up with your jetpack and you spam your missiles, I mean, you're pretty good to go. I'm pretty sure this legendary Vindicator, or yeah, Vindicator I think it's called, did not know what was happening. Finished him off with a nice sniper shot to the brain, and I collected my first piece of legendary equipment. This was going to be my go-to pants because they had mana, luck, health, and speed. Those are all the extra stats that I want. So I was going to focus on upgrading that when we get back to the base. I did, however, explore a little bit more in the ancient cities because I wanted to find, well, when I'm saying ancient cities, in the end cities, because I wanted to find an end city. There we go. I got a map for it, so now we can find our way to the end city. Now, there's a lot of text on screen, but mainly you gotta look at what direction you are facing. So north, east, south, west correlates to the same on the map. So I knew where to go. I needed to head south mostly, and then I found the end city. I looted up all the end city chests as well as the elytra, and we were pretty much good to go. I did, however, want to make a quick stop at the Dragon Head, collect that one when we are on our way, and now I needed to look for some legendary loot. And what better place than looking inside of the chests in the end city? Because this is supposed to have the highest rarity loot in the end, I thought. It is, however, very rare to find legendaries when you're not running a luck setup. So what I would suggest to you guys is get some epic gear, put a bunch of luck gems into it, and then start rolling for loot. I did, however, find this place, which I know from other mod packs, the Ruined Citadel holds a type of void golem type of thing. So I quickly went over there and, oh, it's called an ender golem. And I started killing this guy immediately. Now I had to be careful because if I kill him with this sword, because it has knowledge of the ages, I will, well, it will transfuse his drops into EXP. I didn't want to do that, so I switched to my Immolation Blade and I just finished him off so I could collect his drops. And there we go. The Ender Golem goes down and I have acquired a Void Core. Now when you right click with this Void Core, it will just summon a bunch of Void Spikes out of the ground that deal damage. Kinda nice, like having a Spell Blade. I also found this crystal heart, which gives me 10 extra max health, so that's 5 extra hearts. That put us into the blue heart category. I'm not sure how far up these hearts go, but we are already really stacked. And I need it because what the hell are those scarab looking things? That looks disgusting. Oh my god. And back at the base, I was looking for some upgrades to do. I did want to work on my backpack a little bit by getting an experience pump upgrade. So first you have to get the normal pump, the advanced pump, and then the experience pump. This will allow you to keep a certain amount of levels on your person and store the rest inside of your backpack. This will maximize the amount of levels that you use so that you're not wasting levels. I also had to make a tank capacity upgrade, which allows you to store the EXP liquid into your backpack. And when I added that to the backpack, I realized that I needed to get a bigger backpack because it reduces your storage area. So I upgraded my backpack to diamond, and then I wanted to upgrade it to netherite. And since we have an automatic netherite farm, yeah, this is easy peasy. Look at the amount of storage we're rocking right now. But as you can see, when I insert that tank upgrade, the storage gets less because it gets swapped out for the experience storage. Now, one of the ways you can upgrade, because as you can see, it only stores a little amount of levels right now, is you can make stack upgrades, which will give you essentially more storage area, and it will make your tank capacity a lot bigger. Now, I do believe these stack upgrades can be stacked on top of each other. I'm pretty sure about that. So, for example, I have 3 more open slots. I think I can put in 3 more stack upgrades, and they are cumulative. So that would be pretty sick. I also went and checked out some of the recipes for the Aluminium, and I really wanted to find some. But I first upgraded those legendary pants to netherite, so they were absolutely rocking. I then got all of the loot set up for my automatic mob grinder, and I wasn't really sure how I wanted to make this thing, so I first focused on getting some stack upgrades for... No, not stack upgrades. Rarity upgrades for my chests, because that was definitely one of the things I had to do, and I had to deal with a little infestation. Guys, don't make sesame seeds. Whatever you do, do not make sesame seeds that are automatically put in your chest system, because those things don't... They don't fucking stack. However, you had to manually take out every single sesame seed, put a void upgrade inside, and then void all of those sesame seeds. It's a tedious task, but it does the job. It's honest work, man. I then made some more chest upgrades, which I added to the system, and I also added 3 more chests on the side. And I decided I was gonna add some more stack upgrades, because you can never have enough stack upgrades in this mod pack, man. I'm telling you. You just do stack upgrades on stack upgrades, get netherite upgrades, get 5 netherite upgraded chests, and then just put more stack upgrades inside of them. I'm never gonna run out of storage this way. Well, maybe I will, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I also made 5 more Supremium Essence, and I wanted to make some diamond seeds because I desperately needed an automatic diamond way. So I made the diamond seeds. And one of the things I didn't realize is you need 8 essence to make 1 diamond. I didn't think about that. I thought I could make way more diamonds. So having 1 seed only set up like this is not very efficient. I realized that. When we do 200 days, I'm probably going to change this setup, or I'll keep this setup at least to have it like a vanity. But I did have to go over to the nether really quickly because I wanted to work on my enchantment library. And for that, I needed a lot of gas tiers because we need many regeneration potions to make health shelves. So I went back to the base after killing a couple of ghasts and getting some gas tiers, and I started brewing up some potions. I also oogled this structure compass. Now, a structure compass will allow you to target any structure, and you will have pretty much an X-ray vision to it. So it will show you what direction you're going and how many blocks you're away from it, which is really overpowered. It is really overpowered. I then got around to making some of the health shelves finally, which would allow me to upgrade my enchantment setup. I needed to have at least a couple of these shelves inside of my base because there are minimum requirements you have to reach in order to infuse bookshelves. And you need to infuse hell shells in order to get your enchantment library. Now, infusion is pretty simple. You just enchant a bookshelf with 45 levels. That's it. But it is still 45 levels, if you know what I'm saying. So I did have the threshold for enchanting, and I could infuse 1 bookshelf. I need 4, so this is going to take a little while. Because as you can see right here, the enchantment library, you need 4 of those infused shelves. I did, however, make my platform a little bit bigger so I could have some more working space by using this cool builder's wand. I extended my platform all the way almost to the edge of my force loaded chunks, and I went out to get some more bricks to extend the base. I really wanted to have the biggest workable platform that I could, and I just dumped all of my cobblestone inside. This was only going to take like a minute or 2 to smelt down. Come on, you know my emerald buddy furnace? This guy burns quick. And I made some more, and you guessed it, stack upgrades to put inside of all of my chests. Because I never wanted to have anything like the sesame problem again. That took me like half a day to fix, by the way. And then I realized I should really make some gas essence. So, I went back to the nether with my soul jars and cue the gas slaying montage. And there we go. We got 4 soul jars filled with gas essence. They always seem so fast, but man, it really takes a while before you find all those mobs. And like that, we made the gas seeds, which I also need in order to make end crystals to keep summoning the Ender Dragon. Also, I noticed that my pipes weren't set up to these automatic farms, and they weren't pumping out the items. So I quickly went over and I extended some of the pipes. I extended my platform to the edge of my force-loaded chunks, and I also made a mob grinder. Now, I know that mob grinder does not look like much, and I'm gonna scrap that idea later on. I did spend a day and a night making that thing, but I realized that an unconventional mod pack calls for a not-so-conventional mob grinder. First, I did upgrade my energy cell to a blazing one, because now I can finally make blazing crystals. Okay, I scrapped my idea for the mob farm, and I'm making a completely different mob farm. Because apparently this one is going to be so much more efficient. I do, however, need a lot more mob grinders for it. And we're going to abuse the system where we can, how do you say it, modify our spawners using some different items. Like if you use fermented spider eyes, dragon eggs, nether stars, sugar, clocks, redstone, all that crazy stuff, we can actually have our spawners be stronger. But we are definitely going to need a lot of dragon eggs. But that's also, well, we need 5 dragon eggs to be exactly correct. But that's why I made the gas essence for, is that we can just make the end crystals and spawn the dragon again, of course. Do have to look up how to spawn the dragon again. I haven't really done that at all. But for now, the kill zone is set up correctly. I got the experience and the items hooked up. I just need a lot of glass. Oh my. Start making glass, man. And glass I certainly made. But I also got to infusing my last hell shelf. We were on the route to making our enchantment library. And there we go. I just had to find a place to put this thing down. And I figured, well, I have a crafting table in my storage device, so I'll just scrap that, place the library down, gather up all the enchanted books that I have in my storage, and dump them all inside of my library. Now, the cool thing about this enchantment library is that you can take out any level of enchantment from the available levels in your library. And it is just something really beautiful. This is the best enchantment mod that there is in the whole of modded Minecraft. I will fight anybody on that one. I also finished up making my mob grinder, and it was time to farm some spawners because I didn't have any spawners yet. For that, I needed to make a Silk Touch pickaxe, and be careful because it does take a little bit of durability every time you mine a spawner with Silk Touch. But I only needed 5, and then we were going to be set to go. And how did the skeleton teleport me? That was very strange. I did, however, already have 3 spawners right now, and I just needed 2 more, and I found a crazy gem, which adds a level to my fortune. That is insane. I also took on this pillager base, and I thought this was going to go pretty easy, but these guys are actually quite tanky. I never realized how tanky they were. They have 60 health, man. They have 30 hearts. Crazy. Also, they are, it seems like, immune to fire, or I'm not really sure what this sound is. But I did get a little bit crazy with the flame breath, trying to kill all of these little Vixes that were flying around. Wasn't really that effective, so I just dipped. And that's when I found something pretty interesting. That is a statue of the goddess. Now, those statues you can use to trade your spirit essence in order to get stamina or heart containers. It's pretty nice. We can actually upgrade our hearts even more. We're already on blue, so we're probably going to be going to purple pretty soon. I also found another roguelike dungeon, which solved my spawner issue. Quickly gathered up 2 spawners, and I was going to continue and loot up this whole thing, as I now have the enchantment library and want to get as many enchants as possible. Also, while I was down here, I found the ancient compass. That's a compass that leads to the ancient cities. That leads to Alvamodium. This was insane. What are the chances I find that down there? It was really wild. I got a lot more gems, a lot more basic materials. I got so many enchanted books. It was a really good run. Really good run. I didn't want to spend too much time down here, but there were a lot of overworld spawners. And the good thing about these guys is that they have mob spawn eggs. Now, the cool thing about a mob spawner is if you place it down and you right-click it with a spawn egg, it will change the spawner to that specific type of mob. So I had eggs for every single mob I wanted to put in the farm. Also, extracting with a vial of extraction doesn't work apparently. And when I read into it, it appears that it needs to have an empty socket to work. So if you fully socket your equipment that you're going to scrap later, you cannot take out the gems, which was quite sad, as that chestplate had a lot of health gems into it. But I didn't let that discourage me. I scrapped some gem dust, and I was right back to making overpowered gear. Mainly God-forged pearls, baby. We are making legendary loot. Oh yeah. This helmet was kinda meh, so I first wanted to enchant something different, and I went for a chestplate. Because we can upgrade diamond gear to netherite, and netherite to Alvamodium. So I got my first legendary chestplate, and then it was time for the helmet. I was lacking gem dust. I was severely lacking gem dust. So I quickly went to scrap some gems, and then I enchanted the helmet with legendary as well, getting some extra luck and max mana. Absolutely insane. I also added a legendary gem to it, which gave me 15% to all my stats. That is the biggest gem in the whole game. I spent some spirit orbs onto getting more hearts, and we were rocking a really strong setup. I wanted to go ahead and also upgrade all my gear to netherite. And as you know, I had that netherite essence, and I was not running out of netherite anytime soon. So I got the netherite boots, helmet, and chestplate, and I already had the leggings. So there we go. We are rocking full netherite gear. Insane. I also added a 10% max health gem to my chestplate, which already bumped us up with those spirit orbs to purple hearts. Take a look at that health bar. It is purple hearts. Insane. And then it was time. We needed to prepare ourselves to fight the warden, because that guy's no joke. So I needed to get a couple of things done before I could actually fight him. One of the main things that I did was I actually finished my spawner setup. I got some of these conveyor belt systems that will push mobs onto the middle platform, and then they get pushed over to the mob grinders. Now, this actually works like a charm. I didn't know this thing existed, but it is such a beautiful way to set up this mob grinder, to be honest. Like, wherever you are standing, you will get pushed to the middle and chucked straight onto the killing zone. And it doesn't even matter where you're standing, you just get pushed, man. It is beautiful. I then went ahead and I wanted to put my spawners inside of this setup as well. And I got an Enderman spawner, I got a Creeper spawner, I got a spider spawner, and skeleton and zombie were already in there. I did, however, have to make a couple more mob grinders because these guys, well, they were surviving. And that's not the whole plan. The name of the game is killing. So I got 7 more mob grinders, put those inside, and everything was going to get ripped to shreds. Never thought I would say that with a happy smile on my face. Also, pro tip, use these ender inhibitors because, well, if you don't, the enderman will just teleport away. Put one at each side of your spawner, and the endermen are unable to use their special ability. And just like that, my cage trap of death had been activated, and I put a dragon egg on top of my enderman spawner, which means that it ignores conditions. So this chunk is force loaded, it ignores conditions, so I don't have to be there for the mobs to spawn. So enderman will be grinded indefinitely. I also got myself a netherite pickaxe with silk touch, which will come in handy later, because I do not have a netherite pickaxe with fortune yet, so I cannot get the most adamantium possible. Also, pro tip, for those mob mashers, you can upgrade them with fortune, with sharpness, with a lot of different things, and they can go up to level 10. So I put 2 levels of sharpness into each of my mob grinders, and I was out exploring in the end when Samuel the Odd Smelling showed up. And this is where things kind of went a little bit wrong for me, because I started killing him with my sword. And I may or may not have forgotten that the sword has knowledge of the ages. So, yeah, that's goodbye legendary loot. I will see you soon in another world. I then found another legendary mob, this time a phantom, and I wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. I finished this guy off with my bow, and he actually dropped the loot, which I was really happy about. He actually dropped a netherite legendary helmet, which is pretty insane. I got 2 Godforged pearls from it because I instantly scrapped it because my helmet that I created is a lot better. And I wanted to upgrade an axe to legendary. And this one is Colossal Strikes, and it has 13% current HP bonus. As you might know, the Warden has 500 health. So if I deal 13% damage of his current HP on top of my 16 damage, I will be dealing 70 or 80 damage to this dude. I also want to put a tyrannical gem onto this axe to give it even 10% more current HP damage. I then put the factory upgrade into my furnace, and I realized I needed to hook this thing up with cables, and I hooked it up with some basic cables, not realizing that an emerald furnace is going to suck. Absolutely suck energy, man. It was only using 2 slots. So I then upgraded it to a hardened version, and, well, to a blazing version, actually, but the cables didn't hook up. So I just needed to make a couple more blazing cables, and then my furnace would be on full effect. I also realized that the tyrannical gems are unique gems, so I cannot stack the current HP bonus, which was quite sad. However, I did put another 9 attack damage gem into the axe, and I was dealing a solid 25 damage plus 23 current HP. I put some more solar panels into my solar farm, and I got some more basic ones that I also put in, and this farm was generating some pretty good electricity. As you can see, we still got a long ways to go on this solar farm, but for now it was managing. I also got 12 more blazing cables, which I put inside of my cable setup for my factory furnace. And this thing was working like an absolute charm. Look at this. Oh. If that doesn't make you happy looking at a system like that, then I don't know what is. I mean, again, guys, I'm a caveman. This is the base I've made. It is what it is. I know a lot of you will probably have a much more efficient base, but I am really happy with already being able to do stuff like this. Then it was time. It was time to face my nemesis, the Warden. I was on the way to finding this dude, and it was really close by my base. I also got a shielding regeneration, voidic aura, and a dodge scroll in order to buff myself for 10 minutes while I'm fighting this monstrosity. And then my compass started tripping. It was time. I went into the bowels of hell to face my archdemon, the Warden. And there we go. We are inside of the ancient city, a metropolis of restless souls. I tried setting off all of those skulk sensors by using a firework spell. Thought this was a pretty big brain move. but I think you have to physically be inside the range of the sensors in order to set them actually off and spawn a warden. But that was no problem. I casted my 4 scrolls onto myself. I had a god apple in my hand, and I was ready for this thing. I was going to slaughter it. There was no way I was losing this fight. The darkness started spreading around me, and the warden had spawned. I ate my god apple, and I went straight for this guy's neck. He started looking at me menacingly, and I dealt a whopping 170 damage with each swing of my colossal axe, and this thing went down.
Huh?
That was surprisingly a lot easier than I expected, to be honest. I thought this was going to be a really big fight, but I killed him 3 more times with, like, no effort at all. So yeah, I had 4 warden kills now. That was pretty cool. I also used the Heart of the Deep onto the portal in order to visit the Skulk dimension. That was something we're going to do later. First, I wanted to loot up this whole place because, man, if the warden is no problem, I can just loot everything that's in here. Enchanted books, spell scrolls, different kinds of inks. And after looting everything and completely raiding his area, I went to the Skulk biome because I thought this is where ElAbro spawns. I completely misread the description of ElAbro, but yeah, here we are in the Skulk biome, finding absolutely nothing. Back over at my base, I stored away all of the different things that I'd gotten. I also got 6 upgrades to make netherite equipment into warden equipment, and I got some more gems. I then started flying around the ancient city to see if I could find any ElAbro, and it said that this was pretty rare, but I mean, I beg to differ, man. I immediately found my first ElAbro ore, and yeah, I thought this was supposed to be like incredibly rare. I spent like 5 minutes looking for this stuff. I tried mining it with my iron pickaxe, which didn't work because of course you need a netherite variety pickaxe or higher to mine ElAbro. And I found another ElAbro ore. And really shortly after that, I spotted my 3rd one. And so I kept flying around, and I spotted another ElAbro ore. It was pretty crazy. I ended up going home, and I collected 5 ElAbro ore. Now, if you remember, we got these ore hammers that will double any of the raw materials that you mine. Now, this was still in the ore form, so I couldn't hammer it down, and that's when I realized I had to get crafty with this. Because it is probably pretty rare, and I just got lucky. So I wanted to increase my fortune, which I could do by using these gems of the earth. Because if we get a legendary gem of the earth, it will add 3 levels to existing fortune. 3 levels. Now, I wanted to also make an infused Tome of Scrapping, and that we could do if we get enough Arcana and Quanta and Eterna, and we were really far off to infuse Tomes of Scrapping. So I was going to have to go on a little journey. I needed to get squid seeds, I needed to get prismarine seeds, and I needed to get fish seeds. Yeah. Talk about challenging. I think this was the most challenging thing I have done, or the most time consuming, I should say. Because I had no hearts of the sea, I had no fish, I had nothing, man. I was out in the world exploring, and I did quickly find some squids in order to fill my soul jars with squid souls. That was no problem. The problem was with vanilla fish in this mod pack. It really is not easy to find fish. I spent days, a full day's worth of time looking for just some plain old fish. You can see my soul jar in my inventory right now. That's how much fish essence I got in a full day. However, in a nearby vessel, I found a blue gem of the earth. And we have a rare gem of the earth at home. So we can make a +3 to fortune gem at my base. Absolutely whack. I love it. I did, however, finish day 73 with finding enough fish to melt them down and get the fish souls into the soul jars using my soul extractor. Luckily, I made that thing way back in the day. First, I made my squid seeds. Put all the materials inside, and I was brewing some really nasty seeds, man. Can you imagine seeds that grow squid essence? Okay, I try not to think too hard about it. I collected my last fish soul. Actually, man, can you imagine fish seed? I should stop thinking about this stuff. Oh my goodness. I did make the fish seeds eventually, and I was ready to put them into my farm and start making some of this stuff. I also crafted up 11 more netherite ingots, which is really juicy. And I crafted a load of Imperium because I had big plans with this Imperium. We could either go to Supremium or we could make a lot of Imperium seeds. I went back to the nether to collect some more of that soul stone, those soul ingots, and I had these experience canisters in my inventory because I also wanted to make experience seeds. Experience seeds allow you to craft all of the enchanted books in the game. And that's when something really funny happened. I found an endermite, and this thing got ganked by 20 different endermen. They were man, poor endermite, dude. Look at this. It is just a massacre. I was absolutely speechless, man. I was absolutely speechless. I've never seen something like this in my life. Now, the cool thing was that all these endermen gathered up, which allowed me to just farm them out for experience to fill these experience jars. This was absolutely dope. Look at how much experience I got from them. And then I found something pretty interesting. Namely, that. What? Oh my god. Okay. And this is Arachne's weaving. So this is supposed to... Hey! Right on time. You mind if I test something out on you real quick? What are you? Oh my, that looks really cool. Wow. Wow. Yeah, never mind that I missed that shot completely. You get the point. That spell tone was incredibly sick. I also made a flawless gem of the Earth legendary variant Fortune 3, adding to Fortune 3, baby. Oh yeah, let's go, dude. I am stoked for this. I made experience seeds as well the next day. And bada bing, bada boom, we could start making our own enchanted books without even enchanting. You know, I had to double it, so I made 2 experience seeds. Now, they do need a lot of essence in order to create books or any book that you want. That is pretty expensive. But nonetheless, I could just have this farm indefinitely, and I could just let it do its thing. Also, when you kill the warden, you get a quest that you can claim an Adamantium ingot from. I didn't realize that at the time, but I do have it now, so we can make our teleport paths. And there is 2 teleport paths that are the most important. The one in the end and the one in the overworld. The one in the end will go to the other dimension, and we'll get into that a little bit later. And the one in the overworld will go to the mining dimension. So rush that teleport pad ASAP, guys. I'm telling you. I went to the end, placed it down, and then I actually did a hiccup and I placed the next one down in the nether. And you'll see what interesting stuff comes from a teleport pad in the nether pretty soon. I was finally able to make my first seashelves. Now, I need to use these seashelves in order to infuse them and then make them into God Forged or Sea Heart Forged, something crazy like that. I also put an XP tap onto my XP tanks, and this way I could just tap out any experience that was generated by my farm. How cool is that? Now, before I could actually infuse these seashelves, I needed to place some of them into my enchanting setup, because otherwise I will not reach the required Eterna, Quanta, and Arcana in order to infuse. Adding 5 shelves along with my health shelves was enough. I made 3 infused seashelves. Now I just needed the heart of the sea, and I could craft these hard forged, that's what they're called, hard forged seashells. I was already able to create one at my base from all the different kinds of essence that I'd gotten, and then I went out exploring for a buried treasure map. I got a buried treasure map relatively quickly, and in my first buried treasure, I found a heart of the sea. This would allow me to create my second heart-forged shelf, and I was able to create the third one as well because my essences had grinded up just enough so I could craft another Heart of the Sea. And just like that, I got 3 heart-forged shelves, and this should allow me to create an enchanting setup that is powerful enough to create those magical, enchanted, infused tomes of scrapping. I had 60 levels in the enchanting setup, and this was it. I was going to create what I need. Infused tomes of superior scrapping. I could now scrap my iron pickaxe, take off all the necessary enchantments that I need to put them onto a netherite pickaxe. This was going to allow me to mine the aldermodium and get as much aldermodium out of it as possible. I also did a little bit of scrapping of some random gear that I found, and then I went out to kill some endermen in order to get experience. I also had this sick scroll of ancient knowledge that boosted my experience gains by so much. I got 85 levels in just half a day. Absolutely bonkers. I then scrapped some more of the random gear that was in my storage. It was just laying around collecting dust, so I thought, why not scrap it? I then got a ton of books of enchantments. Also, let me say, pretty good enchantments. And then I added some of them onto my boots. I got mending and protection on the boots as well as the netherite upgrade. And then I added protection to all my other armor pieces, which allowed me to have a full protection set, and I think at least a good chunk of damage reduction just like that. Now, it was finally time to enchant this pickaxe up to legendary. Well, enhance it. It's enhancing. Or is it reforging? I think it's probably reforging and I'm just butchering the name, but I reforged it to legendary. I also found this End City map and I immediately went to it. Now, one of the cool things is that I found one of those flying ships in the end. I thought these would only spawn in the overworld, but yeah, if you remember what kind of crazy loot we got there, this place is going to be stacked. So I killed every single living and undead thing, because skeletons are undead, on the face of this ship in order to secure all the loot. It did have a lot of god apples inside of it, so if you're looking for a steady supply of god apples, go to this, man. This had a lot. It didn't have any legendary gear, but I found that in the ancient city that I had the map to, so that was no problem. Back at the base, I scrapped the legendary loot that I got, and I went up to reforge this pickaxe. It was time, man. And oh man, that actually looks pretty good. Level 150 enchantment? Okay, I made up my mind. We are going to do a level 150, 6 God-Forged Pearls, and 15 Gem Dust reforge of tier 3 onto that pickaxe. Because this pickaxe will be upgraded all the way until the maximum it can be. I also added another gem to my sword, which gives me an extra level on all existing enchantments. So my knowledge of the ages was 3, and my looting was 3, and XP boost was also 5. This made me able to, well, kill mobs or kill an enderman at level 122 and get a full extra level for each kill. I'm not joking. This is absolutely broken. I am starting to enter the end game of All the Mods 9. Well, at least what is considered the end game for a new player like me that's new to the series. Because I know some of you probably already made the All the Mods star at like day 50 or something crazy like that. I did, however, get the tier 3 legendary reforge on the pickaxe, and I had all the right enchantments on it. So guys, we are going to mine ourselves some aldermodium now. It's going to be amazing. I also upgraded my sword, that gave it some extra ancient knowledge, up to 2, and I was going to transfer the enchantments later. And there we go. It is time. I first add this gem that adds 3 levels to existing fortune, which means we got fortune 6 in the building. Fortune 6. This is awesome. I took out all the aldermodium ore, which is 5 ores that I had in my backpack. Now, you're about to watch something really crazy happen. I mine the first Aldemodium ore, I get 5. I mine the second one, I get 7. I mine the third one, 2. Then 1, 6. We got 21 raw Aldemodium. I used the ore hammer on it. We have 42 ingots from 5 ores. 42 ingots from 5 ores. This was super worth it. I then checked out the recipe to make the smithing template, and oh my god, it requires 7 netherite ingots. That's a hefty price. I also needed to find the smithing upgrade from some random clay in the deep dark. So I took a brush and I went exploring. In the process, I found 2 more ores. Oh yeah, look at this. So I mined the first ore, and it gives me some Aldemodium. I mined the second one. It gives me some... It gave me 2. It gave me 2 Aldemodium ore with Fortune 6. My luck had completely ran out, apparently. I did find that really weird-looking clay, and I brushed a little bit of dust off of it, and the smithing template started emerging from the clay. I also completed a quest for it, which was pretty dope. And there we go. We could make ourselves only one duplicate smithing upgrade. Yeah, we completely ran out. Oh, we still have some netherite dust, man. No problem. I can make another smithing upgrade. There we go. I stored the base smithing upgrade into my storage system, and I could upgrade 2 items. Now, given I didn't know about vibranium and unobtainium at that time, but yeah, it would have been better if I upgraded my pickaxe first. But instead, I took out the helmet and the chestplate, and I made those into Aldemodium. Looking back on it, there are so many things I could have done way better. But I was still having a really great time. I think this is one of the most fun mod packs I've ever played. Hands down, this is such a fun mod pack. I did get some really cool gear now, and I wanted to add the sigil of socketing onto it, but apparently if it already has 3 sockets, you can only add the superior socketing into it. So yeah, that was something that we'll do later. And that's when I realized how you make the Aldemod star, and I was feeling pretty good up until that point. Because that is the point that I realized I am nowhere near the end game of this mod pack. I have just broken out of the mid game. At the furthest, I am in the mid game. Oh my goodness. I realized there were so many things you had to do in order to make an Aldemod star. I'm not gonna lie, I was feeling a little bit discouraged, but I was still having a great time. Because luckily for me, I didn't set the goal to make the Aldemod star by the end of the 100 days, because that would have been just completely impossible. And also, I made some Aldemod carrots. These things give regeneration 3. They're really strong. I then went over to my teleport pad in the nether, and I found the other dimension.
But I cannot see, I'm legally
And
blind.
I wasn't really sure what was going on. I had to close my blinds because this dimension is so dark, you do not see anything. Also, flight was disabled in this area, but we already have our little workaround for that mechanic. I did, however, do some exploration in the other, and there are so many ore blocks in this dimension. It is really crazy. There's like veins of 20 blocks, which is 180 ores. It's really a lot. Better than the mining dimension for sure. And back at home, I realized very quickly that I needed a structure compass if I wanted to find the Piglich, which is one of the late game bosses that you need to kill in order to get Piglich hearts. And I checked out the mining dimension, which was really peaceful. Way too peaceful for me. I then went over to my end tower and I went to the Beyond. And this was even above peaceful. This was scary. It looked like a black hole had consumed the sun. And yeah, this dimension got me a little bit worried, man. Flight was enabled, So I'm guessing this is a dimension that people use to make their farms because there's no other entities, so there's less lag. Yeah, I probably figured something like that. It's not something that I'm going to get into really quickly because I still had to get my All-the-Modium gear upgraded to All-the-Modium alloy gear. But for that, I needed to get a little bit of ancient debris because yeah, I was kind of running out of netherite right there. Yeah. I did, however, find this pretty interesting map. This is a map to a nether city. And, well, I started exploring towards this thing, and I needed to travel a really, really long way. Because what you're about to see is footage that is sped up 30 times, so 3,000%. I explored, I believe, more than half of the nether inside of my world. It felt like ages that I was exploring. But after a little while, I say a little while, but I mean after a full day, I did manage to find the Nether City, which is like a copy and paste of the End City with much worse loot, but it just looks real, like it looks cooler than the End City. I gotta say, like all the red stuff is awesome. The best loot I got in here was some ancient debris, was some netherite scrap, and that experience hook, and some legendary gems. I guess that was pretty okay. Back at the base, however, I made my last pieces of netherite to make the structure compass. Now, this is a compass you can sneak right click with to select a specific structure you want to find and you want the compass to point towards. So the one that I wanted to find was, of course, the Piglich. So I went over to the other and I binded the All-the-Modium Ancient Pyramid to my compass. And, well, before you guys start screaming at me, I didn't know at the time that this place was underground in a cave system. I didn't know there was an above ground. I thought the caves were just it. So I did the best I could and I started mining my way through this dimension in order to find the place that I had to find. I also found some vibranium during my travels, but first I went home and I made a personal shrinking device. Now, what does this shrinking device do? I can shrink myself to be smaller than 1 block. And that would mean I only have to mine 1 block to advance further. I really thought I was being really big-brained here. I could have also just mined up and checked if there was an above ground. I didn't do that because I am stupid and I still am caveman. So I see objective and I mine. I swing the pickaxe and I mine, and that's exactly what I did for 5,000 blocks. Sometimes if you guys would be in-game screaming at me, that would help me a lot, not gonna lie. Did manage to locate some vibranium ore, and I couldn't mine it with my netherite pickaxe. I needed an All-the-Modium pickaxe. Now, I was stuck in a dilemma. I had traveled more than 2,000 blocks mining. I didn't have any way to return home. The only solution I had was to make, from scratch, an All-the-Modium pickaxe, which is really expensive. But I deemed it worthy. I deemed it worthy to spend an excruciating amount of All-the-Modium to make this pickaxe, because I wanted to pick up every single piece of vibranium that I could find on the way, because that was going to go, I mean, it was going to help me in the long run, right? I believe so. And then after a while, I was only 500 blocks away while I found some more vibranium, and I was getting really close. When I was only 20 blocks away, I realized something was up. I mined directly down because that was the only logical thing I could think of, that it would be deeper underground. I soon came to realize that was not the case, because the blocks started to count upwards, and when I checked my map, it looked like a place with blocks of colors I had never seen before. So I started mining up, and that's when I found it. There is the ancient pyramid. I was really salty because I could have saved myself probably 3 days looking for this thing if I just traveled above ground, but I didn't let it get to me. I was going to kill some pigliches, loot some loot, and I was not prepared for the kind of loot that was in this place. The piglitches have 10,000 health. They have 10,000 health. I am so glad I got a current HP axe because that is insane. I did, however, already get 2 piglich hearts from the first piglich that I killed, which was a really good roll on the loot. And I have to say, the loot, the amount of items, the amount of all the mod nuggets, the amount of vibranium nuggets, the amount of mobs, everything inside of this dungeon is on crack. It's like the stronghold took crack, took on 20 more spawners, and said, okay, let's make this the densest populated dungeon in the entirety of Minecraft. There is so much going on. Also, this place had 4 netherite blocks. I am not kidding. Pigstep was playing. I was lit. The piglitches were lit. They were dropping piglich hearts all over the place. Potions of boogie bombs started to spawn everywhere because these witches kept throwing them. And wow. Yeah, I'm speechless for this dungeon. There's just so much. I did want to take a step back and just check some recipes because I really wanted to make the alloy axe and the alloy sword. Now I realized that I should really make the rest of my Aldemodium gear. And now that I had those 4 netherite blocks, I was actually able to create the last of my Aldemodium gear that I needed, which was pretty insane. I also got quite a bit of vibranium for my first run. I got about 6 dust, and I had enough nuggets to make 6 more ingots. So I put the dust inside of my smeltery, and I took out all the nuggets to make ingots. And just like that, we were running 12 vibranium ingots, which was already a pretty good start. I then took out all of the enchanted books and placed them into my enchantment library. This was a really big step up because all of these enchantments would allow me to create all the best loot in the game. Now the crazy thing about this sword is that it has 5.5 attack speed and a lot of attack damage, and that's just the Aldemodium one. So I really wanted to rush that now. I did, however, do some more scrapping of some gear that I found in order to add to my enchantment library. And just like that, I took out the last of my netherite essence and created some more netherite ingots. This was going to allow me to create the last Aldemodium upgrades, smithing templates that I need to get all of my gear up to Aldemodium. Yeah, we're talking 5 more pieces of gear that I'm upgrading to Aldemodium. Really awesome, right? I took out all of my Aldemodium. Well, I mean, I only had to take out 5 Aldemodium ingots, but I was really stoked, actually. I was really happy because now I could just insert all of my items and get an Aldemodium axe that has 2.25 attack speed. That is more than 6 times faster than what I had before. My Aldemodium pickaxe was also unbreakable with Fortune 6, and I took my boots as well and my leggings, and we were running full Aldemodium. I was feeling really good. This was awesome. I went over to the above ground version of the other, and I started exploring for one more piglich base because I wanted to stack up on piglich hearts that when I get a little bit further into the power mod, that I can actually beam 1 billion energy into those piglich hearts to make the last upgrade needed for the Aldemodium stuff. I made my way over to this pyramid, and this actually was like 5 minutes of flying. And man, this axe goes hard. This axe goes really hard, man. It goes so hard. I love it. It attacks so fast for an axe. I then looted up all the other chests inside of this piglich dungeon, and I also got the 4 netherite blocks, because of course you cannot forget about the netherite blocks, right? Having looted up all of that stuff, I went home to scrap the legendaries that I'd gotten and to put away all the enchanted books and create more ingots from all the nuggets that I had claimed. Things were looking pretty good, actually. We were pretty far. Also, one of the cool things about the Aldemodium stuff is that it is unbreakable. And that's when I realized I needed an Obtainium if I want to make the alloys. This is found in the End Highlands by using a laser drill.
Now, I read online on the Reddit page of All the Mods 9 that you can just find it also with a pickaxe. So that's what I did. I started not really strip mining, more like random mining with the Ultimine, and I had some trouble finding this ore. I'm not gonna lie. I tried looking in the JEI menu if I could figure out how this thing looked so I wouldn't miss it.
I got a new idea, however, how to find this unobtainium. I got around to flying underneath the End Highlands, and I wanted to activate my night vision as well, and this would allow me to spot any unobtainium ore that is just laying around in the world. I thought this was the end-all strategy. I also decimate legendary mobs now with this axe. It is absolutely incredible. And while I was mining in this void dungeon, I noticed there was an extra floor that I'd never discovered before. And there was a weird pedestal which summoned an Ender Guardian. And oh my god, is this thing strong. It deals quite a bit of damage. You gotta remember, we are running a full Aldemodium setup, and this guy is dealing 2 hearts of damage each hit. That's insane. He doesn't stand any chance whatsoever, let me be clear. I absolutely destroyed this thing. But it is really interesting to see that it still deals damage. So there are some mobs that can pose a threat to me. I also got this Gauntlet of the Guard, but that looks more like something for a tank setup, so I was gonna skip on using that one. And while I was mining, I actually found some unobtainium. I found it much quicker than I thought. And then it was time to put in motion a plan that I had cooked up before, and I am going to reveal it now. We are going to make ore side potions for unobtainium, aldemodium, and vibranium. Now, what's the interesting thing about the potions is you get 3 potions when you craft it, and with 3 potions, you can make a charm, and I can make Unbreaking 5 charms. So, first thing I had to do was I had to take some of these ingots and make them into powders. Now, I did have to smelt down the powders in order to get the calcinated powders of each respective ingot. These powders could be used in a recipe with mundane potions, and I could get the ore side potions. So I did exactly that. I also went into my library and I got 3 Unbreaking 5 books. I then made some mundane potions using blaze powder on water bottles, and then I could insert my calcinated powders. That way I could make an aldemodium side, an vibranium side, and an unobtainium side potion. 3 of them. I then had to just combine all these potions with some blaze powder, and I got myself charms of all the different sides: vibranium, unobtainium, and aldemodium. I then went ahead and put the Unbreaking 5 on them. Sadly, I tried to use the mending on these charms, but that doesn't work. That would be a little bit too broken, I'm guessing, but that didn't matter because I used the unobtainium ore site charm, and I could find these ores really easily now. They give a little bit of an X-ray effect, but it is just enough to be able to really make this efficient. I spent I would say good 5 or 8 minutes mining in the end, and I had some nice beats on the background. Just listen to this. Dude, this is a whole vibe, man. I like this. What music disc is this? Alright guys, put it down in the description below. No, not the description. The comment section, what music disc that was. Also, after that little mining trip, I got a 1.5 stacks of unobtainium. Now, we can still use the ore hammer onto this thing, and we can get 3 stacks and 14 unobtainium ingots. Which is absolutely nuts. I did the same thing with the vibranium in the other dimension, and yeah, if you want to get a lot of this rare materials, you really need to make yourself some of these charms. They are absolutely broken. That little trip and only 10 durability got me a 1.5 stacks of vibranium. So if you got Unbreaking 5, you will never have to worry about making another charm in your whole playthrough. And even if you have to, you'll have more than enough of these ingots to make as many potions as you want. I then went over to the deep dark biome, and I wanted to look for aldemodium. Now, this was the most rare of the 3, I feel like, because it took a lot longer. to find all of these Aldemodium ores. Now, there was also another way I could get some Aldemodium, is, you remember we raided those Pigledge dungeons, and yeah, well, they dropped a lot of Aldemodium nuggets. To be exact, we got around 600 Aldemodium nuggets and 19 ingots, so we do not have to worry about that, for sure. I made a stack more ingots, and we had 44 more raw ores that we could hammer down and make into a stack and 24. So we were also running 2.5 stacks of Aldemodium ingots. Now, why am I making all these rare ingots? Is I want to make the Aldemodium alloy ingots and to get the strongest weaponry in the mod pack. Now, the only problem is that it requires 1 billion EF per ingot, FE per ingot, and right now we are running this setup, which is very janky and very poor. So I need to upgrade, and I started with making 1 blazing energizing rod. I then made 4 more starter energizing rods, which I upgraded to basic. I then upgraded the basic ones to hardened, and from hardened we were going to go to blazing. To blazing to niotic. And niotic was created with diamonds in an energizing orb, and it takes about 300,000 FE to get 1 niotic crystal. So I hooked up 3 blazing energizing rods, and I chucked in a block of diamond. This thing required a whopping 2 million FE. But with these blazing rods, it actually went pretty fast. I then expanded onto my solar farm, and I added a couple more solar panels. These things were going to go the long way, and I was going to get a lot more FE. I did have to struggle a little bit with the transportation of my FE, because my cables were still at the very basic tier. I then went ahead and I got some more dielectric casings, and I could turn these energizing rods into 5 niotic energizing rods. This was already starting to get into a really strong, let's say sort of end mid-game setup. I wanted to go for nitro. Oh yeah, we are going to go for nitro. I want a full nitro setup, and we're gonna get some crazy stuff done in the last couple of days. Trust me. I then had to upgrade to spirited, and you do that by inserting a emerald block into your energizing orb and 9 million FE. Why do I keep saying EF? I'm not sure why I keep saying that. I also upgraded some of my cables to the spirited cables. This was going to allow me to get a lot faster spiritization? Energization? Some of these words are really puzzling to me. I did, however, hook up these niotic energizing rods to the spirited cables, and this would allow me for the maximum efficiency possible right now. After placing down my energizing orb in the middle of it, this thing beamed. It beamed the energy into it. Look at that. We are running 250k a tick, which is really fast. It is really fast. After getting some of those spirited crystals, I was able to get 5 spirited energizing rods. So we were running at the utmost efficiency right now. The thing that I had to do was I needed to increase some of my energy creation, because we were just not cutting it. I was just running a very basic solar setup. I wanted to upgrade to nitro, and I wanted to upgrade to a nitro reactor. Also, to get nitro crystals, you need nether stars. So we had to go out and kill the wither. And this thing is a pushover now. I 3-hit the wither. So I killed him a couple more times. I think 3 kills was going to cut it for now. I just wanted to make the 5 nitro energizing rods. I think that was going to go the best way possible. Also, 90k FE just instantly happens. It just instantly happens. But to make the nitro recipe, you need 2 blocks of redstone, a block of blazing crystals, and a nether star. Insert all of those items into your energizing orb, and it will beam 20 million FE into it, which happened pretty much instantly. So, we are already running a pretty hefty setup. I added some more solar panels into the system because you can never have enough energy generation. I should also upgrade my energy cell, and I need to get started on making a reactor. My solar farm was almost set up fully with some of the basics and starter solar panels. It's kind of weird that we're running basic and starter, but we have almost nitro energizing rods, and this setup is still working. So I think the solar panels might be a little bit overpowered. I'm not gonna lie, they are really expensive to make, but they are really strong. I also added 3 furnators in order to get some extra energy generation during the nighttime, and I just dumped all the wood I had inside of these furnators. This is probably a really inefficient setup, but it was what I had the spare resources for. So please don't shoot me down. I am doing my best to make this work. Also, my spawner was fully set up and it was running. It was running very slow, however, because I needed to add some items to my spawners to make it the most efficient it could be. I also expanded a little bit more onto my automatic farm, adding some more hopper botany pots, and this thing was a pretty expensive endeavor in the clay department, I gotta say. So what did I do? I spam generated as much clay as one person could possibly need in their lifetime. I've never seen so much clay in my life in Minecraft, I gotta say, it was beautiful. I then added all the extra seeds that I'd gotten during my automatic farming, and I added them on top of some Imperium farmland, and we were running lapis, extra gold, extra redstone, all that good stuff. I then got a ton of extra item pipes, which we were going to hook up to our hopper botany pots, because I didn't finish this. I am a doofus. I should have finished this like way earlier, and I should have hooked up the Inferium seeds way earlier. But it is what it is. I got the whole farm set up now, and it's looking really cool. I like the industrial look that this thing has, man. Come on. Oh, it will auto-build the reactor. Really? That's kind of cool. You'll want to cool the reactor down, and you can do this either solid or liquid coolant. To use a solid coolant, you'll also need to give it some liquid coolant as well. Dry ice makes for great solid coolant. 1 water bucket will do. Okay. I want to get into the reactor. And I'll probably want to get up to a blazing reactor. At least, I think. Let's go ahead and save that reactor recipe, which is made with uraninite, a lot of capacitors, and a lot of casings. That one can be upgraded to a basic one, a hardened one, and a blazing one. Right, I see. So let's go ahead and create... That's uranium ingot. Right, okay. We can make uraninite seeds. They're tier 5, however. So that's quite expensive. You can find more than enough of this uranium stuff. Hold on, find more than enough of that. Let me just grab some extra bottles of water. So we're not gonna run out of that anytime soon. Might make a uranite orsite potion. Yeah, that might be interesting. Oh, we cannot make one of those orsite. Oh, it doesn't have an orsite potion for that. Okay. It's found in deep slate and both in stone. I just have to mine for it for a while, to be honest. Yeah, it seems like we can't really do much else. We are a new day. We're getting close to day 100. And then I set up a couple of extra energizing orbs. We had 5 energizing rods, and for the lower tiered recipes, I could use 1 energizing rod per 1 energizing orb, and that way I could have them in the most efficient way possible, because time is key. You can also link the rods to the orbs so that they don't all go to the same orb, which is really nice. This way, when you're making, for example, blazing crystals, you can just spam click also 1 by 1 into these things, and you can just burn through a stack of blaze rods just like that. Really interesting. After that, I also did the same thing with the niotic crystals for the diamonds that we need, and I also added some emeralds into the system. And things were going pretty fast until I ran out of energy. So back to the mines we go, and we need to find some more uraninite, because I need to get this reactor up to blazing as fast as possible so we can get some extra energy generation into the system. Back at my base, I was able to upgrade my reactors. Well, first I had to make the base reactors, which takes a lot of capacitors. So guys, pro tip, if you are playing this mod pack, make 1,000,000 capacitors. I'm not kidding. Make 1,000,000 capacitors because you will need them for literally everything in the power mod pack. I upgraded my reactor to hardened immediately, effective immediately, and then I upgraded it to the blazing ones. For each upgrade of the reactor, you will need 36 of the respective capacitors with the special tier. Now, I wanted to upgrade them to Niotic instantly, but first I went with the blazing one. I wanted to see what was up. And this thing auto-built itself, which is very cool. I like this. This is eye candy, man. Oh my god, it looks like a Terminator. What? Don't tell me this doesn't look like a doomsday product, man. This looks like some kind of end of the world kind of stuff. We are working with thermonuclear power here, man. I put in coolant as fast as possible because I thought this thing was gonna blow up, honestly. I then looked into what I need to make dry ice, which is the solid coolant we put inside the reactor. For now, the normal coolant was already inside, and I put some uraninite to start generating some power, because I was all out of power, man. I hooked up the reactor to my energy cell using some blazing cables, and then I went over to the back of my base. I then checked on the spirited crystals, and we were just not cutting it. It was sucking out the energy as fast as it could, and then I went to the other side of the mountain to collect some of this ice, because we needed to make dry ice. We needed to keep that reactor cool so it doesn't overheat and it stays at the maximum efficiency possible. We also have the possibility to increase that efficiency further later on. I did put the ice inside my energizing orbs, and it didn't do anything. Now, that is because you first have to craft it into blue ice, which takes 9 ice apiece, and then you can combine 2 blue ices with 10,000 FE, and that way you can make dry ice. So from all that ice I mined up, I can only get like 16 dry ice, which is not a lot, so I'm hoping it doesn't consume a lot of the solid coolant. For now, I put it inside, and the coolant was doing it at -32, which was absolutely gorgeous. I also put some coal into the system, which increased its efficiency. And then we went out mining for some more uraninite, because we are going to need a lot of this stuff. I also got my tank set up, so now I didn't have to worry about all that garbage collecting in my inventory. And I went over to the mining dimension, because we need to find a lot of diamonds and emeralds, because I was all fresh out of them. Using all that Niotic and spirited stuff, I ran out of diamonds and emeralds, man. I collected all the necessary ingredients that I could, and I gathered up a bunch of rare ores. I then went back to the overworld to mine some more uraninite, because this is not found in the mining dimension, very sadly. But I did find a really, really big stash of this stuff in the normal world. We got about 7 stacks of uraninite, so that should last us quite a long time, I believe. I wanted to put it inside a hopper, so it would automatically insert into this reactor, but it didn't work, because I first had to melt down the uraninite. Something about smelting down uraninite in an oven doesn't sound good to me, but it was working, so I didn't question it. I also upgraded my dank up to the obsidian level. This was a dank 6. This thing can store 262,000 of one item. 262k. What? That's some crazy numbers, man. I automatically inserted the uraninite, and I also wanted to get some chests set up, and I was kind of struggling to get on top of this thing. Okay, don't look at me like that. I said don't look at me like that. I got a chest set up with a hopper, and I know it is not the most efficient, so don't look at me like that. I am still a caveman. But it was working. If it looks stupid, but it works, it ain't stupid. That's the motto of my life. I got a chest set up with a hopper as well for all of the carbon that I was putting inside of this reactor. And then I needed to make a couple more gems.
I wanted to get up to the masterful level, which I made, and that way I didn't have to worry about these infusion gems breaking any longer, because it is just a hassle to create these things. So after a little while, I was able to get up to the masterful gem level, and that way I could just make all the supremium I would ever need. There we go. I got the masterful gem made, and I also made 3 of the insanium. Oh yeah, I made 3 insanium. I also put in like a good 15 more inferium seeds into the farm because we were definitely going to need it. Like I said in the very beginning of the mod pack, I need millions of this stuff. We are talking millions. I want it all. I also wanted to go ahead and use the gem cutting table to upgrade some of my gems. I got a flawless gem of incandescent fire. I got a epic gem of the fire. I also made a perfect gem of the Ravenous Bloodlord that gives me 75% lifesteal. That's absolutely bonkers. That is absolutely bonkers. There is no way I die. I also got a legendary gem of the Mage Slayer, which could be pretty interesting to work with. And then I noticed that I was running out of dielectric paste again. But I did claim the quests, because that's something I apparently didn't do. I claimed none of the quests from the power mod. So when I claimed all of these different quests, I actually unlocked something incredibly rare. This is the luckiest I've been in the mod pack so far, because one of the quests gave me a nitro solar panel that generates 50k FE a tick. That was a really nice voice crack. This nitro solar panel is on crack, man. I inserted this thing and look at the generation. Ha! This thing is on crack. That is a solar panel on crack, man. I'm telling you. I got a pretty good setup going. I forgot to record the last 4 days because I just didn't press the record button. Yeah, I am just a total doofus. So I'm gonna spoil you guys a little bit, and I'm gonna make 4 more days. These days will be extra. I gotta think about how I made previous day titles. Oh man, I thought I only had to do that once to make all 100 of them. The best time to do anything is before it's too late. That's some great life advice right there. That is some great life advice, gotta say. Okay, so yeah, I went over to this Pigledge base because I got some explaining to do before we head into the next couple days. I am recording now, I double checked it. So one of the things that I did is I made another legendary Aldemodium sword. The reason I did this is because I wanted looting 5 and scavenger 3. I also added the gem on there that adds a level to all existing enchantments. So this thing has looting 6, scavenger 4. Gave it some attack speed, gave it some crit chance, and this is the weapon I'll use to get mob heads, specifically wither skeleton heads, because we need 33 of them. Why do you ask? Well, that's a really good question. We need to kill 11 withers. Now, 11 withers will make us able to make this, a nitro reactor. Because currently, I upgraded my setup a little bit, meaning we got some nitro cables that are going towards our spirited reactor. The spirited reactor is pretty strong. This thing generates a good 40,000 FE per tick, which is... No, sorry. It is currently generating 70,000 FE per tick. I can still increase its production speed, but it will require more fuel. That's okay, because we just need to get some more dry ice, and that's pretty easy to make. This thing is hooked up with nitro cables, which have the highest output in the game. I also made a nitro energy cell. Yeah, this thing can store 2 billion FE, and it has a crazy output speed. This is hooked up with a nitro solar panel, as you saw before, and currently I am making a couple of alloys. For example, these alloys are at 94%, 75, 55, and 20. This can just run, but as you can see, the output is not fast enough because the generation is not fast enough. We are maximizing our output right now, so this is the most efficient way I can set this up. but we need nitro energizing rods, and we need a nitro reactor. The nitro reactor we can make, but we're gonna need a lot more nitro capacitors. That's where the nether stars come in. So I did the math on it, and it's 11 nether stars that we need in order to make these 5 nitros and that a nitro reactor. So that's what we're gonna do right now. And the easiest way that I've found to get a reliable source of those wither skeletons is if we can head over and we can try to find another one of those piglet dungeons. Now, I'm pretty sure that if I just keep going this way, I mean, a lot of wither skeletons get spawned here as well, but that's not what I'm looking for, you know? I think the sweet spot is around 5,000 to 6,000 blocks away from this piglet dungeon, and it should be able to pick up another one. Is that sand? I didn't know sand spawns in these biomes as well. Well, in the other, pretty much. A lot of colorful trees. I gotta remember that. There is a ton of colorful trees here, which means that I can make colorful bases later on. I am definitely planning on doing a 200 days on this mod pack. For sure. This mod pack is absolutely awesome. And there is so many mods that I've never played with before that it's giving me child vibes, man. This is turning me into a child again. Like walking into a candy store and seeing 30 brands that you've never heard of before your whole life. And your candy eyes go wide open and you think, oh my god, we are in for a binge night of eating candy. So if you guys are wondering how I do the jetpack glitch thing, it is just binding your jetpack key or your engine key. You turn the hover mode on. Hover mode on is pretty easy. You turn the hover mode on and you put your engine key to a key that you can easily click. For example, for me, that is my mouse button 4, I think it is. I got it on right now. And yeah, it's just easy GG's traveling. You can just press it every few seconds and it is boosting me all the way up. All the way forward, I should say. That's what the hover mode is for. Aha! It found a new one. There we go. We are en route to a new piglet dungeon for the wither skeletons. Oh yeah. This place is about to get absolutely destroyed. There is piglets all over the place here. For now, I'll just sit here. Because we're getting a good amount of wither skull fragments, and we're getting a good amount of wither skulls from this. As well as the withered ribs and the withered bones. I have to clean out my dank for sure after this. Actually, now that I think about it, we needed 33. That is more than 2 stacks, so that's another 14. Just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer and we got it. Pretty sure we already got it now. Well, now we definitely got it. Let's go ahead and do that. There we go. That was a good run, boys. That was a good run. One day, we got all the loot that we needed. And to that extent, I could now farm these withers. We needed to kill 11 withers. I also got a ton of piglet hearts, which makes it so that I can do the alloy conversions pretty soon. And I made all of these fragments into wither skulls. I had a ton of wither skulls now. 37. So I killed a couple withers. Just a few. This allowed me to get 11 nether stars. And with these 11 nether stars, well, I first had to create a ton of blazing crystals because we also needed 11 blocks of blazing crystals. And that way I could just insert all of them into the orbs, and they each needed 20 million FE, which was in itself a pretty crazy experience, I gotta say. But using all of those materials, I was now able to get 5 nitro energizing rods, and I'd be able to make my nitro reactor. I also made some source gem generators because I apparently hadn't done that in the whole mod pack, and we're gonna need some source gems. And that way I could now create enough capacitors. Again, make your capacitors, do not slack off on this. But I was able to make enough nitro capacitors for all the stuff I was making. I had 36 nitro capacitors, and just like that, we had a nitro reactor. This was absolutely bonkers. It was going to boost our energy generation by so much. I collected my spirited energizing rods and upgraded them to nitro. I just had to create 10 nitro capacitors, and that way I could Well, first, make some more capacitors. Like I said, make your capacitors. You're going to need a lot of them. And that way, I can now get 5 nitro energizing rods. This setup was the most efficient it could ever get to. Well, there's probably a lot more ways to make this a lot more efficient, but for now, this was what I got going. And I placed down my nitro reactor. I already had my chests and the hoppers set up so they could stay in place and just insert everything that it needed. And I needed to get a bucket of water inside this reactor as fast as possible because that temperature was rising fast. I also started creating some alloys. So we need 5 billion FE right now. 5 billion FE. That's no easy feat, man. I'm telling you, this is no easy feat. I linked up all of my rods to my energizing orbs. I inserted all of the materials needed, and we were en route to create the strongest weaponry in the mod pack. I also gathered up a bunch of extra ice because I needed to get a lot more dry ice if I wanted to have my reactor running permanently. I also got 2 more of these source crafting machines, and then I installed my enchanting apparatus. This way I could now hook up some pedestals to this thing. I needed to get source also around this enchanting setup, and I could make my first Aldemodium alloy weapon. Now, I did run out of pedestals because I was lacking on the source gem department, but that was going to be fixed pretty soon. I then looked into the spawner modifications, and the piglich hearts are one of the most strong modification you can make. I also needed to get some of the gas tiers inside of it. I also should add golden apples so they have no AI. And we need a lot of Aldemodium because that reduces the minimum spawn delay, and the unobtainium will lower the maximum spawn delay. Also, we need a ton of dragon eggs. We need 4 more dragon eggs to get the ignores conditions. This way, it can just spawn whenever I need to, even if I'm not there. I added a stack of unobtainium to my spawners, and also a stack of Aldemodium to my spawners. This way, it would spawn the most amount of mobs possible, the fastest. I also added the last pedestals to my enchanting setup, and we were good to go. I then inserted some of these alloys because I wanted to make the weapon already. Now, to my surprise, I needed source. There was not enough source nearby. So I quickly went into my storage because I had a great idea. I had a ton of blaze rods, and if I could just set up a couple of volcanic source generators, they're pretty much items that generate source by burning burnable items. So I was going to set up one of those at each corner of my enchanting apparatus, and I would just chuck down some blaze rods and I'd call it a day. I also then went ahead and I got the last of my unobtainium and added it to my spawners. I wanted to run the maximum efficiency possible on this thing. I then added the volcanic burners, I'll call them for now, right next to a source jar, and I placed down a blaze rod. Apparently you can place it down. Pretty surprised about that one. But I chucked down 30 blaze rods, a little over 30 blaze rods per each one of the corners, and it would just generate source indefinitely. Now I just needed to let this setup run for a little bit, let it generate some source, and I went back to the piglich base because I wanted to get wither skeleton essence. I wanted to make some wither skeleton seeds. And after only a couple of minutes, I already filled all of my soul jars with these wither skeleton essences. Now, the wither skeleton seeds are quite expensive to make because they need Imperium. Oh no, sorry, I think they need Supremium. So I was able to make 1 Supremium farmland, and I could make 1 wither skeleton seeds. And there we go, I inserted all of the wither skeleton essence into my pedestals, and I made the wither skeleton seeds. Combining this with a Supremium farmland was a really big step up for my wither skeleton generation. I think this would also allow me to get all of the wither skeleton heads that I need to make a wither skeleton or wither farm. And then it was time. The source had generated. The stars aligned. Oh, just listen to this. Whoa. That's a nice sound. Oh my god, we got the sword. We made the sword. And it keeps everything. Oh, I am so glad I took that gamble. Oh my god, this is insane. It has 12 attack speed. How does it have 12 attack speed? What is going on? Oh yeah, this is wild. This is absolutely wild. I then went ahead and I got a little bit more dry ice setup because we definitely needed to get that going. And I added a wither skeleton spawner or wither skeleton egg to my spawners so I would have that generating the wither skeleton items as well. I then added a couple of piglich hearts to my spawners so their spawn counts would be higher, which means that I have more output of mobs. And it was working beautifully. I then opened my experience tab and it generated quite some experience already. It does go kind of slow. That's the downside. I then inserted some more of these alloys into my energizing system and I could grow a couple more alloys. And it was time to get my second sword done. Listen to this. Oh, man, I cannot get over these sound effects. They are so awesome. Ooh. Yeah! I got the second sword as well. The Looting 5, 51 attack damage, 4.75 entity reach. That is insane! And I also figured out how to make the Dragon Essence seeds. You make that by inserting dragon scales, which are dropped by the Ender Dragon. I didn't get the scales the first time I killed the Ender Dragon, however, so I needed to make 4 more end crystals and make a trip to the end, where I placed the end crystals on the end altar after defeating the Ender Dragon, and I could re-summon the Ender Dragon. Now, I'm guessing there are some ways how to automate this, and I have to look into that on going forward into day 200. For now, I wanted to test out how strong my sword was. And it's, more than insane. I killed the dragon so hard it kept flying around. I did, however, get some dragon skin, which was something I've never seen before, and I looked up the recipe what I could make with that, and it appears you can make a dragon skin spellbook with this, which is a legendary spellbook that also gives you a 10% spell bonus damage. Now, one of the things I need in order to make the Aldemod Star is I need to get a ton of Nether Star seeds. But that is incredibly expensive. So I took out 60 more Inferium seeds and I added them to my Hopper Botany farm. Now, you might think that 60 is a little bit of overkill, but it definitely isn't. We're gonna add way more than this. I'm aiming towards 200 Inferium seeds in this setup, to be honest, because otherwise I'm not gonna cut it. We need to get so much Insanium, because one Nether Star seed is not gonna cut it. We'd probably need 100 of those in order to make the Aldemodium Star. So I went ahead and I put about 115 more Inferium seeds into the farm. And then I looked into getting my storage system fully stacked up to get this job done. Which means we needed to go out to the mining dimension and get a ton of diamonds and gold. Because we need to make stack upgrades. Preferably, I would want to get tier 4 stack upgrades and 4 of them for each of my chests. And to that extent, I mined like crazy. I then made 2 stacks of diamond blocks, and we should be in the money now. The only problem that I had was that I didn't have enough gold to make all those stack upgrades. So I went back to the Piglich base, and I started looting up all the chests because they have a lot of gold nuggets. Now, the nuggets were not going to cut it. I thought I would find enough of those in these chests, but yeah, that's just... I was just lying to myself. That was never going to happen. I did gather up a lot more Aldemodium and Vibranium, and it's good that I got so much Aldemodium, because that way I could add it to my spawners, as well as I got a ton of extra Piglich hearts, which I can also add to the spawners to increase the spawn count. I crafted up all the gold that I possibly could, and it was just enough to make 24 gold stack upgrades. Now, I did upgrade those 24 to diamond, and I switched around my stack upgrades in my chests. I had a diamond stack upgrade in each one of them, and in my last 2 chests, I added 4 diamond stack upgrades. This way, I wasn't going to run out of storage anytime soon. I then looked into getting some of my iron compacted into iron blocks because we already had 12,000 iron in the system. And when I stored away all my blocks, we had 1,700 iron blocks, which is pretty wild. I then made some more of this Supremium, which I turned into Insanium, and I just had enough to make 1 seed. Now, this wasn't enough to get the seed into my farm because we also had to make the crux for it. So for now, I was going to focus on using that Insanium to make a farmland and unlock those quests. Now, the farmland I was going to put underneath 1 specific seed. 1 specific seed that we will need a lot of as well. Because, well, the crux is way too expensive. I can't make that right now. The Insanium, however, was put to good use because I had the Uraninite seed, which I wanted to grow as fast as possible. So I put the Insanium farmland underneath that seed, and then I looked into the crafting recipe of the All the Mods star. And again, I was faced with reality that we are so far away from making this star. But that didn't stop me. I got excited. And I went ahead and I got started on polishing some of these rose quartzes. And this took quite a long time. I didn't know that it takes a long time to sandpaper down some rose quartz and to polish rose quartz. And you might be questioning, why do I need this much rose quartz and this much brass? Well, we need to make all of those automated crafting casings in order to actually make the star. Now, the Create mod pack is something that looks really cool. It has this really interactive wiki inside of the game that you can use to check out all the recipes. I then placed down a stack of stripped logs and added brass to them to make a stack of brass casings. I then made a stack of crafting tables, and I was able to make 55 or even more a stack of those mechanical crafters. These mechanical crafters were going to be put in place according to the crafting recipe of the All the Mods star, and I could just insert all the items needed into this and get this ball rolling towards the end game. So I made the crafting station for the All the Mods star, and this looked pretty cool. And then we were running out of time, man. I really enjoyed this mod pack thoroughly, and I just wanted to get a couple more things done. I did, however, enjoy the nice and calm morning on day 104, and I did one last thing, which was add all the remaining unobtainium, piglich hearts, and all the modium to my farm. So I started off with adding a couple of piglich hearts, which would increase the spawn amount by so much. I then took out the last I had of the unobtainium and all the modium ingots and added them to the spawners as well. And that pretty much wraps it up. That was all the things that I wanted to do, and I just appreciated my base for a second. It is janky, it is weird, it is absolutely not optimized, but it's what I did. And I hope you guys enjoyed what I did and see me play this mod pack, because I had an absolute blast playing this. Now, if you guys are new to the channel and you watched all the way to the end, well, dope. Yo, you guys are my friends. Holy shit. So make sure, if you're my friends, that you leave a comment, you like the video, and most importantly, subscribe. Still only 0.2% of my viewers are subscribed. What are you guys doing? I could give my grandma a puzzle of 10,000 pieces. She would make the puzzle faster than you would subscribe. Even Vagrant Holiday would upload a new video faster than you guys click the subscribe button. Alright, all jokes aside, guys, I do appreciate each and every single one of you guys, and I hope to see you in the next mod pack. This has been your boy ElAbro. I'm out. Peace!